We will convene the Minturn Town Council meeting of November 15th, 2023. And with that, we call roll call.
Terry here.
Brian here.
Kate here.
Dusty here.
Earl here. Tom, are you here?
I do not
Hey, is
see him
Tom-
on yet.
Huh?
I do not see him on yet, so no.
Okay. And Tom will be zooming in shortly. Next is the Pledge of Allegiance. If we'd all stand. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation.
Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Do we have anyone wishing to pull anything from this? Okay, we'll take a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Motion by Gusty, second by Kate. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we have now the approval of the regular agenda. Any amendments?
No changes.
Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the regular agenda as presented.
Second.
Motion by Gusty, second by Kate. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, does anybody have a declaration of a conflict of interest on any item on the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I will be recusing myself from ordinance. No, or resolution 32.
Um. Okay, we'll wait till the time comes. Next is the council comments committee. Excuse me, we have public report comment first next. We have for public comment a letter from Jeff Armistead. He wished to read into the record.
Actually, Jeff is online if he would like to speak. He's got his hand raised.
Okay, Jeff, would you rather speak or should we read this into the record?
I'm happy to speak. If you guys, I would just ask that you read the letter and then really it's just kind of in relation to the article that was in the paper today. You guys can hear me, right?
I didn't get to the paper today, no. I heard.
No,
there was
I
an
just want to
article.
make sure you can hear me.
Okay.
It's just, this letter was sent back on October the 19th. And it was in response to the last time I was at the council meeting 2 months ago on September the 20th. And at that time, I asked Mike Sawyer a couple questions that were related to the water moratorium discussion that night and specifically to the settlement with Belden Place. That night, and that's what was also quoted in the paper today, and it's also quoted in my letter that you have in front of you. That September 20th meeting, a process was described related to the settlement, related to the process after the Minturn North PUD is finally approved. That may or may not happen tonight, but assuming that it does, Mike laid out a process by which we're going to know after tonight, let's say, how many SFEs are back on the table, which are basically the last remaining SFEs that the town has and that are potentially back on the table for the first time in 3 years. So that night on September 20th, I asked a couple questions and Mike laid out a process by which he said Belden Place will be able to make an application for those remaining SFEs. And I asked the question that night, well, I have an application and do I qualify and will I be able to file an application to ask for those remaining SFEs? And the answer to that question that Mike gave me that night was, that depends on whether or not your application was during moratorium number 1 or during moratorium number 2. I don't think that it's subjective. I think it's either black or white, whether my application was during moratorium number 1 or number 2. And so when that criteria was laid out that night on September 20th, as far as how you either qualify or do not qualify to be invited to apply for those remaining SFEs. I wrote this letter kind of asking, do I qualify or do I not qualify? I think I do qualify, and I included a letter from the town that accepted my application back in June of 2021. I haven't gotten a response to that letter, and I would just like this letter to be included in the public record. And I would like to know, I'm not asking for an answer tonight, but I'm asking for an answer whether I qualify or I do not qualify. Because if there's, he said it that night that once the application's made, there's going to be a public hearing process by which the merits of the application are going to be heard by
Okay, you're in public comment section of the agenda, so it's hard to have a back and forth with you, Jeff. Well, what we can do is get you a letter sometime in the next day or two to let you know where you're at. You know, I've read your letter and let you know where you stand on that. And I'm sorry that we didn't get back to you earlier, but we've been pretty quick, pretty busy lately, but we will get a response to you within the next 2 days. Also, if there's anyone else that has public comment on anything that want to address council on anything that is not on the agenda, we would welcome anyone's coming up. Jay, anybody out there?
No, there is nobody out except for Jeff.
Okay, so we'll close public comment and move on to council comments and committee reports. Terry,
I don't know.
Brian?
I don't either. Unanimous.
Yep, and I'm going to keep my mouth shut too. Okay, moving on, staff reports.
I will just give one brief update that the town, with the significant help of Jeff Spinell, submitted our request for the bulb outs at the 4 primary intersections of Main Street to help with pedestrian safety and line of sight, as well as vehicular safety for getting off of side streets. CDOT has denied that request. They denied the part that is temporary. They do not want to see temporary bulb outs. They said they'd be willing to consider an application for permanent bulb outs. So that is where we currently stand.
Boy, you try to come up with a good idea.
They were definitely opposed to any artwork of any kind.
Fine. Okay, do we want to do this election review? I think everybody already knows about it.
No, it was just put in the packet for material to review. If you have questions for Jay, this is the time to ask.
Okay, so anybody have any questions for Jay on the election review? Okay. Next, we have special presentations, and this evening we have the Colorado Gives Day proclamation. Come on up.
Hi, everyone. My name is Chatham Mayberry. I'm here on behalf of Eagle County Gives and Bravo Vale. We're just here to promote Colorado Gives Day, which is on December 5th. Eagle County Gives is a collection of over 50 Vail Valley nonprofits. And our sole purpose is to increase awareness about Colorado Gives Day and promote more donations to nonprofits in our community for Colorado Gives Day. Since our inception in 2010, Eagle County Gives has raised over $10 million for our local nonprofits. And if anybody is interested in joining us by making a donation, please visit eaglecountycoloradogives.org. You can donate to your favorite nonprofit on that website. And every donation made through Colorado Gives Day is boosted by a $1.4 million incentive fund. The more you give to your local nonprofits, the more we receive from that incentive fund. So we encourage everybody to join us, donate to their favorite nonprofit, and just improve the quality of life for everybody in our community. So thank you. Yes, we are asking you to do a proclamation as well.
I can do that. So, this is the proclamation of the town of Minturn, Colorado Gives Day. Whereas charitable giving in Eagle County, Colorado is critical to providing support that local nonprofit organizations need to make our community a desirable place to live. And whereas research shows an increase in online giving both locally and nationally, and many believe it is the future of philanthropy. And whereas Colorado Gives Foundation and First Bank have partnered in an effort to increase charitable giving in our community through the online giving initiative, Colorado Gives Day. And whereas Colorado Gives Day is in 2022 raised $53 million statewide in a single 24-hour period via online donations, and over 1.5 million to Eagle County nonprofits via 4,000 individual donations at Eagle County ColoradoGives.org website, allowing donors to direct their contributions to one or more of over 50 local Eagle County charities featured on this site, making it an ideal resource for facilitating charitable giving to our locally based nonprofit organizations. Whereas Colorado Gives Day is Tuesday, December 5th this year, and all citizens are encouraged to participate because all donations, large or small, can make a difference to nonprofits in need. Now therefore be it proclaimed by myself, Mayor Earl Bedez, and the Town Council of Town of Minturn, Colorado, that Tuesday, December 5th, 2023 will be known as Colorado Gives Day in our community. Cool. Everybody open their pocketbooks. Okay, let's all get in front of the table real quick and get a picture.
Oh, wait, could somebody
Shouldn't you
take
be
our
in the
picture?
picture?
Yeah, he should be in it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's finance participation.
You got a wide
Yeah.
Good. So much.
Thanks,
you
guys.
so much.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thanks, Carol.
You bet. You bet.
Thank you.
Thank you. Coming. Alrighty. Hold it on. Okay, now we get down to the business items. The first item on the agenda is Ordinance 15 Series 2023, second reading. And this is an ordinance approving the Minturn North final plan for the PUD. So,
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Scott Hun with the Minturn Planning Department. As you know, on November 1st, staff presented the first reading of Ordinance 15 along with Ordinance number 16 and 17, all related to the Minturn North Plan Unit Development Final Plan and Final Plats. At that hearing, we discussed a number of things related to some of the final documentation that go along with the final plan and final plats. Staff presented the findings and a recommendation for approval with conditions of Ordinance 15, Ordinance 16, and Ordinance 17. In the 2 weeks since that meeting, staff, mostly Mike Sawyer and Jeff Spinell, have worked countless hours resolving and addressing those outstanding issues that staff had reported on, some of the concerns and conditions that council had placed on the files during first reading. So I'm happy to report that with the exception of a few very minor or technical outstanding issues, we feel that the applicant and the town staff have worked through and addressed all those outstanding issues. There still are conditions of approval that we're recommending We had spoken last time about some conditions that need to kind of live on after final approval, after any approval of the development agreement. Things related to civil engineering drawings and cost estimates for improvements at Highway 24, pavement of the county road north of the PUD. Those things are details and cost estimates that we expect within a certain amount of time. So within a year, we're going to get those cost estimates and final details, and they would need to be constructed within 3 years. So those conditions still remain. For ordinance number 15, we were recommending 8 conditions. As you'll see in the packet, I've amended the ordinances that were presented and then later approved on first reading to strike through condition number 8, because we feel that we've addressed that condition, and that had to do with again, technical details and really cleaning up a lot of the covenants and things like that based on conversations here in council. There was another condition number 2 that we're recommending has been addressed, and we need to strike through that. So for ordinance number 15, we're still recommending 6 conditions of approval. And then for ordinance number 16, which is the final plat for the Union Pacific Railroad property that'll create 2 parcels that can then be further subdivided and conveyed. That set of conditions went from 2 to 1 because we feel that we've addressed the condition number 2. Same thing with ordinance number 17. So I do not have a lengthy PowerPoint presentation for you tonight, thank God. But I do have revised conditions on slides if we need to bring those up and if the public is interested in seeing those presented on the screen. So I think that's the bulk of it. You know, the main point is that we walked away from that last hearing with a pretty tall order of working through some substantial issues, not necessarily substantial, but just there were a lot of things that were still needing to be worked out with the development agreement. We had promised you a resolution and a development agreement finalized by tonight. I believe Mike and Jeff have delivered on that. And I'll let them speak to those things, but I think we're there. So, and one last thing, you know, the last time I was here and introduced this file, I spent some time thanking staff and consultants for all the hard work that they've done. I would like to also thank you and the Planning Commission. Both have done a lot of work. I know council members put a lot of work into the last packet, and we had some things that were confusing and maybe not up to date in that packet. So I'm sorry for anything that may have taken your time that wasn't completely accurate. And then lastly, the public. We have had through this process back 3.5, 4 years, a lot of public involvement in this, and a lot of people that have taken their time to come to these hearings, to speak, you know, about what their thoughts were on the development, what they liked, what they didn't like, suggestions on how to improve previous iterations of the plan, this iteration of the plan. To a person, I would say all very, very thoughtful comments and suggestions. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Okay. Mike or Jeff, either one of you want to speak to this?
So the order of the agenda is such that the PUD agreement is first for your consideration, and then I believe the UPRR plat second, and the Minturn North PUD plat third. As Scott mentioned, we have received updated versions of those plats that are responsive to technical comments that had been made by myself and by Jeff Spinell. Those have been distributed. They're available for the public if anyone wants to review those. We are substituting these most recent drafts as the exhibits to the ordinance. I don't know that the motion necessarily needs to make reference to that, but please understand that the version of the plat that's included in your packet did not have all of the technical comments addressed. The versions that have been passed out to you do have the technical comments addressed.
Okay.
So they are the versions of the plats that will be approved or are part of the request for approval in ordinance numbers 16 and 17. As Scott mentioned, there are, as conditions of approval, working through There are a few remaining technical comments. Jeff Spinell has updated his letter up through November 14th, so 2 days ago. But and Jeff can chime in, but both Jeff and I believe that these are of a really minor technical nature. They're not they don't rise to a policy level of the items that need to be addressed. We are both comfortable that they can be handled by the applicant after the approval, but before the plats are recorded. In other words, prior to the town allowing the plats to be recorded, Jeff and myself and Scott would have to go through and identify that any remaining technical comments have been completed. And so you have also, I believe, passed out to you Jeff's letter dated November 14th. What comes after this, and I think the logical way to work through this, unless if council would like do so otherwise, we would hold the public hearings on the PUD guide, the UPRR plat, the PUD plat, and then I will present on the PUD development agreement, which is kind of the final component of the approvals that you need to make tonight. The PUD development agreement includes items which were the subject of a lot of public or of council comment at the last meeting, such as the covenants are part of the PUD development agreement approval. The scope of the public improvements and the construction drawings, such as what do the trails look like? What does the landscaping look like? It is also where the two covenants that one addresses locals housing, the other covenant addresses a transfer assessment that the applicant has offered to impose. They are also part of the development agreement. So if you as a council have concerns about those items or would like information about those items in order to inform your decision about the PUD guide and the plats, we could wrap all this together. But I believe logically it is capable of being segmented out to where, again, the public hearings are held on the PUD guide and the two plats. And then we have a more in-depth discussion about the PUD development agreement.
So, okay, so just looking at the agenda, we just have the ordinances and the resolution. So the PUD guide, you want me to open it up for PUD guide and then a separate?
I would again, look to members of the council if there are items in the PUD development agreement, which we will consider last, not necessarily of the total agenda, but the last of the Minturn North items on the agenda. And if there are matters in the PUD development agreement that you believe you want to get information on before voting on the PUD guide, that's the zoning, the PUD guide, and the two plats, we can wrap all this together. Or again, I think it does neatly segment itself out as a separate list of discussion items. But again, I think that's for you as a council to discuss.
So specifically, like the condition that I added, condition 8, would recommend that we discuss that
That would be part of the discussion on the PUD
on the
development.
third
Yeah.
point here. Okay.
And again, we don't have to do it that way. We can launch into the PUD development guide again if you think those topics are germane to the zoning and the subdivision plats that are presented to you.
So I don't really read any changes in the plats that were anything more than rather superficial stuff. Changing a name here and that kind of thing.
They were of a technical nature that you can, I mean, maybe Jeff wants to chime in about items that he worked on. For me, it was little verbiage changes on the plat, but nothing of a major nature.
The items on the plat were all just labeling and verbiage changes that were pretty minor. They're all done. The plats are ready to go. The technical engineering items that remain are just, again, notes and details, just minor things that we'd like to see on the final construction drawings, but they're ready to go.
Any questions for staff on it so far, Terry?
Yeah, I mean, no, I have some questions, but are we still talking about the process we're gonna go through, or are we jumping
Well,
right
that's what I want to get clear, be sure we're all clear on. So,
in? Well, you can just redirect us if we get off topic. Because I'll try to, yeah, you know.
Again, I understand that there is an overlay here between the approvals of the plat and the PUD and then the development agreement. And I'm not trying to, if there are questions we need to answer for you to feel comfortable to make your votes on the zoning and the plats, we should have that discussion.
Okay.
So sorry, I'm gonna keep asking questions. To clarify, so would it be, is the idea that it would be helpful to the process to, I'm not saying things would pass or things that wouldn't, but to break up these and say we could, if you're okay with two of them and not one of them, we could continue moving something forward and then take some more time on the other one? Or do these three need to be like?
We can have the comprehensive discussion. We don't have to segment these off. Again, that's how they're presented on the agenda. And again, if there are questions that you want answered before opening public hearings and taking votes, then let's have the discussion. I'm not trying to necessarily segment that off, although the PUD development agreement is a separate item on the agenda, and but that does not prohibit us from having a discussion about it in advance.
Okay, I mean, I've read thousands of pages at this point, but I'm not a,
Just trying to make it
expert
easier.
on, what is pursuant and what's in what section. So I'll
So-
do my best.
So just to clarify, should we go, you're requesting we go through ordinance 15, 16, and 17th procedures, voting, approving or disapproving, whatever. And then when we get to resolution 31, that's where we all get things discussed out. And if anybody, really, resolution 31 doesn't pass, and ordinance 16 through 7.
They're contingent, that's right. But again, I can understand that maybe having the global discussion is helpful. So we can do that. It's not a problem.
Yeah, I think last time we just kind of all talked it in the first, and then the talking was done. And
Let's,
Would it be helpful if I went through the development guide and we can talk about the provisions that are in there and how we have tried to be responsive to?
why don't we just do exactly that? Let's go into the development agreement and just discuss that now. And then we start at the top and go through it from there. Does that work out for council? Okay.
Great. Okay. So under your town code, any subdivision requires oftentimes it's called a subdivision improvement agreement. In the case of a PUD, your code calls it a PUD development agreement. And a lot of what's in that agreement is stock language that we use for every subdivision in Minturn. That is to say, there are things that are universally common that we have to make sure are taken care of. And those include things such as requirements that the developer post security. So as part of a subdivision for the public improvements, the developer has to post a form of security, which either most likely is in the form of a bond or of a letter of credit issued by a bank. And that is given to the town to ensure that the public improvements are constructed in accordance with the construction plans, because we record, after you make these approvals, if you make them, we would record a final plat that actually creates sellable lots. But if you go out there today, there are not the roads and the water lines and the things necessary to serve those lots. And so the requirement that we hold security to build those public improvements in the event that the developer does not is one of the protections in any development agreement, subdivision agreement that the town would have. It includes provisions that require that the developer do construction observation, that our town engineer, Jeff Spinell, and his team have opportunities to do construction observations, to make comments to ensure that what's being done is consistent with the plans that have been approved. It requires at the end of the process that the developer provide the town with engineered stamped as-built plans that we then incorporate into our records. And about half of the agreement are those standard provisions. The other half of the agreement are matters that are specific to this development. And those are primarily in sections 3 and 4 of the PUD agreement. And I created a summary memo that I tried to kind of go, not with every paragraph, but the more major ones to highlight and summarize what the PUD agreement requires of the developer. Let's go through those in kind of quick order. And council, if you have questions on any specific item, I think maybe as we're going through them, you can ask questions and we can provide response to you. So sections 3B and 3C deal with water for the PUD. The PUD subdivision plat creates 39 lots. The developer is acquiring one additional SFE, so that would be 39 SFEs of water service. They're getting an additional SFE that will allow for some common area irrigation to occur. So it'll
Question
be,
on that one, is
yes.
that's gonna be a 3/4 tap, or is it gonna be like 1.5 inches? I'm just wondering about if we do one SFE and we do like the 2-inch tap, is if one SFE's adequate for it?
It's a 2-inch tap.
It just seems like on a 2-inch line, that's a lot for one SFE.
and the reason is that the developer is actually putting in a 2-pipe system. So there will be traditional water lines that go into the houses for in-house use. And then the developer, through a master meter system, will have a separate, this 2-inch line, will have a separate irrigation only system. And the developer, with successor being the homeowners association, will manage that system. The owners will not have control over the irrigation of their own lots. It will be done exclusively by the HOA.
I understand that. I'm just wondering if one SFE is adequate for the irrigation system.
Well, it's not the entire irrigation system. It's only the little bit of common area that they want to irrigate. Again, built into each SFE is 2,000 square feet of lawn and garden per lot. So that 2-inch system serves 2,000 square feet on 39 lots, plus
I understand.
2,000 square feet of common area irrigation.
Do you want us to ask the questions as you're going through on
Sure.
specifically, or do you want us to wait?
No. Let's.
Okay.
our discussion.
I just had the question about the irrigation again. The 2,000 square feet of irrigation per lot, plus I think 2,000 square feet of common space, and then 2 years of temporary irrigation, no more than 50,000 square feet. I just have questions for the future. I think existing lots in town, and I was looking at the landscaping plan, and it is water wise. I mean, it uses native grasses and things like that, but will the town have the ability in emergency times, which is coming with water, to limit that irrigation? I mean, just like we do our existing users. 2,000 square feet, I had to get a grip on what that looks like, and it's 5 2-car garages. So that's how to visualize it. 5 2-car garages of irrigation per lot. So will we have that ability in the future, or are they? I mean,
They are not given any preference over any other lot owner in the town of Minturn, which is to say, if we had in a drought year the need to restrict irrigation through number of days that people could water or watering at all, or if we had a problem at the plant where we could not produce enough water for irrigation and we enacted temporary restrictions, these lots are subject to exactly the same restrictions as everybody else. And
Okay.
in fact, it's easier because we have a master meter that we don't have to go to every house to see what they're doing. We can look at one point to see how much water is being used on a daily or, weekly basis.
Okay.
Is that, so our water bills and meter rates, is that master meter set up the exact same way and billing structure and everything as somebody's house set up, or is that like a in commercial account or some sort of different account?
It'll actually be different. It's a little encouraging. Most residential homes, as you all know, are on the residential rate. This will be on an irrigation rate, which you all know is a tiered system following ERWSD's process.
I got another question. So this amount of taps and so forth assumes it's going to be one SFE per home, it seems like, right? But say that, what's the process when, Rick's got customers and he hasn't sold some that they're not sure how big their house is going to be. So it turns out it's like a 1.5 SFE house. Is that just added? to
It's
the
a
bill?
great question. And so how the development agreement handles that is that the developer is going to pay for the 39+1 upfront, and that gets them into the system. They will then pay system improvement fees at the time of building permit. And for a period of 2 years, we are going to hold back some additional SFEs. So there's 39 lots plus 1, that's 40 SFEs. We're holding back an additional 14 SFEs that will be made available to lot owners if they choose to build bigger houses. But after 2 years, those SFEs are relinquished and go back into the system, which is relevant to a public comment that was made earlier in terms of additional water that could come available. What is critical to note that even if, so under our code, an SFE allows for a 3,000 square foot house and 2,000 square feet of lawn and garden. If someone came in and said, I want a 6,000 square foot house, which is permissible under the zoning, they would pay incremental SFE costs for that, but they would not be able to irrigate any more property. This agreement locks into place that the maximum amount of irrigation that can occur on a lot is 2,000 square feet. So even if they buy an additional portion or all of an additional SFE to build a bigger house, they don't get more lawn and garden.
So the developer is going to pay the tap fees on 39 SFEs.
Plus 1, yeah.
40 SFEs, just for fun's sake. And then the town is going to hold on to 14 SFEs just for the developer to be used in the future
For 2 years.
for 2 years. Okay.
And
Huh.
and the developer does relinquish under the PUD agreement any right or claim to 16 SFEs, which again, so the ordinance number 20 had reserved a total of 70 SFEs for Minturn North. They're relinquishing at the time of approval 16. And then depending on how building permits go over the next 2 years, there is up to 14 additional SFEs that could be released. My guess is there will be some bigger houses out there. So it would, maybe it's not all 14, maybe it's 7 or 5 but the anticipation or my anticipation is that after 2 years, there are some additional SFEs that go back into the system.
Don't they have 6 now, like for the trailers that was over there?
Get a credit for 6, that's correct. So it's not additive. That 6 is built into the fees that they're paying for 40.
Okay.
So the developer pays the cash in lieu or tap fees, and that'll go to the enterprise fund. And then 1.3 million cash and lieu fees will also go to the enterprise fund on passing within 30 days of the final plat, correct?
Correct. Of
Um,
recording the final plat. So
Okay,
it's at the time of, you pay the fees at recordation.
and those are for 30, those are for 40 SFEs.
That's also for 40. That's correct.
And they don't have to pay cash in lieu for those 6 existing, and they
Get a
don't have to pay
credit. They
tap
get a
fees.
credit for 6
They have to
existing.
pay,
taps, yeah.
okay. Okay. We're on water. Try to.
Okay.
get my
Anybody
questions.
else got a question at this phase?
I would note that with regard to wastewater, which is handled by ERWSD, we are still waiting final confirmation from their engineering department that um, the design of the sewer system comports with ERWSD's requirements. That is a condition that's in Jeff Spinell's letter that they'll have to complete before the final plat can be recorded.
Can I ask questions about public improvements here, or would I ask? Okay. So in the packet, it contemplates, I think, a letter of credit for public improvements.
Letter of credit is a likely form of security, but there's also something called a subdivision bond that they could propose.
Okay, so who, they will decide what they want to put up.
They will propose a means of security that then I will review and determine if it's adequate for the town.
Okay. I know in the past, this town has used escrows, which is literally money sitting in a bank account, correct?
That is another option under the code and built into the development agreement, which is they could do a cash on deposit agreement with the town. My guess is for the $4-ish plus million that they're probably not gonna park that money in the town's bank. They'll probably give us a letter of credit.
And how, I mean, I'm not familiar, so how in the unthinkable happens and those don't get built, are those easy to collect on?
Those are both demand instruments that when the town presents it, not in person, but you FedEx the letter of credit to the institution who issued it. They have 24 hours to get you the funds.
Okay, and on that note, one of those is for the Highway 24 turn lane, correct? Which will be built within 1 year,
3 years.
within 3 years. Okay. So my question is, on that is, there won't be a turn lane for all of that building traffic coming off of Highway 24. Do we have, and I didn't see this anywhere, so I apologize. It's not in there, but do we have any requirements for how the building of this gets done? Are they going to be coming from any direction, or are we going to require them to come over County Bridge and not Bellin Bridge?
That's CDOT jurisdiction. They'll have to follow the highway department's requirements, and that's who will approve the review and approve the drawings.
So CDOT will decide how they can access the project.
How they can access Minturn Road from the highway, correct?
Okay.
Gary, are you more talking about construction management over the
Yes.
2 years and where dump trucks are going to be coming and going using county road or coming through town? And
Yes, because our Bellin Bridges need some work, and so my concern was for the Bellin Bridge.
We have in the development agreement, and it's not a mandate, but it is language that says that the developer is to coordinate as much traffic through Minturn Road as possible to avoid coming into town and coming back over Bellin Bridge. And one of the items, again, this gets back to the standard provisions in the development agreement. Before the construction can begin, the developer will be required to have a pre-construction meeting with the town engineer and to present a schedule for what's going to happen and when. And I would think as part of that, there would be a discussion about traffic mitigation and routing.
Okay, yeah, because I think we're looking at Bellin Bridge right now, and structural improvements to that bridge or replacement.
That from a construction, if you think about trying to bring a big truck through that intersection and across that bridge and then back up the
That's what I was thinking,
S curves, they're gonna come in the other way just from a practical standpoint.
right? And there's no phasing, so it's technically gonna be happening a lot. There's gonna be a fury,
The only,
flurry.
yes, the only phasing is with respect to 3 items that can be constructed. They have to be final engineered within 1 year, and then they have a total of 2 years after that to build it. The turn lane at Highway 24, the paving of Minturn Road, and the construction of a bridge for the eco trail over Game Creek. Those are the only 3 items, and I wouldn't necessarily call it phasing, but they are deferred improvements that will be made. Everything else, you're correct, is going to happen in a big flurry of activity.
The paving of Minturn Road doesn't bother me, but not having a turn lane prior to construction off of Highway 24, I'm just trying to visualize that. But if we don't have any control of that, and that's just CDOT requiring it within 3 years, I just,
That's CDOT jurisdiction. They'll make the calls.
In the, during construction, who is responsible for the upkeep of the road? If it gets, if we
You
run
mean
a
for
bunch of,
mud and dirt and
and giant potholes and if you drive the road ever, you know what the trail did to it in a relatively short span of time. I can't imagine what all these big
Don't
trucks
know.
will do to it.
rest, road maintenance for Minturn Road, that would be the one that would get beat up.
It's a county road.
Yeah.
So in the interim, the county is responsible for, until it gets paved,
The
for
county-
upkeep of the road.
In the interim and into perpetuity is responsible for the maintenance of Minturn Road outside of Minturn's town boundaries, which end
Game Creek,
just on the other side of Game Creek.
yeah, from Game Creek all the way to Highway 24 is county.
So if the construction destroys the road and the county doesn't care, then we just
It's
have a
county.
destroyed road.
And that's another
It's cool.
bit of logic as to why the proposal is to phase in the paving of Minturn Road. So that happens after the construction traffic has more or less ceased.
And then the people that drive that for 2 years will just have to either go around or drive a horrible road for 2 years that the county doesn't care about.
And again, the county will maintain its road, yeah.
If I could interrupt the procedure for a minute, I needed to ask Mike, he came in a little late and I didn't follow up on it, but, with Jeff's letter that came in and the public comment, is there any need to readdress any recusals, at this time? I
The
felt that there
count-
wasn't, but,
Would be up to the board or up to the
so
council.
does the
to
board,
decide.
if
There's
we
a-
just want to get,
yeah, I know, I thought about it. I saw the letter come in. And I thought about it. I really do think this has to do with the Belton Place settlement and Jeff wanting a seat at the table. I don't think he's contesting this at all. I just think what he's asking is, will he have a right to apply for the 16 SFEs after? But ultimately, it's up to you guys and
right, and let's just go through this routine. Is anybody, let's vote,
Honestly, I feel there's a little conflict with it, just because, the excess taps goes to Belden and that's kind of what the letter addresses. So I guess, I know we asked Lynn to step down when Woody had to do his little presentation on the 30-foot river setback. And I feel it was maybe less than this even.
mhm. Okay,
The 16 going to Belden is contingent on that, whatever it is, ordinance,
The
the
There,
settlement.
there
right?
is no guarantee that 16 taps will go to Belden. The settlement agreement, which will be considered later on the agenda, creates a process whereby Belden could apply to have 16 additional taps dedicated to its development, but there is no guarantee of that outcome.
which I have
So I-
recused from.
Yes, and I think I agree with that, and I support Terry being part of the conversation from Intern North.
okay, so you're, I guess recusal.
I don't think it's necessary for this discussion.
Okay, Brian,
Yeah, I agree.
I agree too. So, okay, that's what I needed to have. Okay, let's continue.
So with respect to water, water usage, any additional questions on the development agreement? No, okay, well, let's carry on then.
Well, sorry, one quick one. I know we've got a future agenda item talking about the definition of SFEs. For the town, is this pretty much for those 14 that we're taking down the road? Does that mean, are they like locked into the current definition of SFE? Okay.
Yes, the development agreement creates vested rights for a period of 10 years. That means that code changes that would affect the basic assumptions of their development would not apply to them after the fact. Got the water questions?
I do have more questions, but you're gonna go through this, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
should it help if I kind of walk through this and then as you have questions, you could
Yeah.
chime in, okay? The PUD agreement does involve the conveyance of several real property interests to the town. One of these is a 0.9 acre parcel of land that's near where Taylor Avenue and Railroad and Minturn Road all come together.
Can I interrupt you for a
Sure.
second? If I could just make a point of order to note that Tom Sullivan has joined the meeting for the record.
Okay, welcome, Tom.
This parcel is a property, it'll be conveyed shortly after the final plat is recorded. Can't record, you can't deed property that hasn't been platted yet, so it's something that'll happen after the plat is recorded. It's important to note that the way this is happening is that this land is coming to the town, but not for a public purpose. The idea is that the town will engage in a planning process at some point in the future to decide the best uses of that property. And that's on the planning department's radar. Yes. Yeah, thanks.
Real quickly, this UPRR reversionary interest of land that's going to end up in the town's pocket, I guess. Is that what kind of piece of land is that?
Let me go through the UPR stuff because there's a lot of it.
Okay.
First of all, UPRR has been far more cooperative with the town on dealing with matters that needed to be fixed. And that are coming to pass as part of this approval process than they ever would have been otherwise. We are getting benefits from UPRR that we could never have extracted from them except through this process. And let me explain what they are. First of all, there is the first item that we do with UPRR is in conjunction with Eagle County. There is an old recorded easement for Minturn Road that is way outdated. It was recorded in 1904. No longer corresponds to where the road is today. That will be vacated and a new easement to the town for Minturn Road. It actually is going to the town because the land outside of the municipal boundaries is not on railroad property. So the county has indicated that they are comfortable with the status of their right of way from the Minturn boundary heading north. Okay. So the town will get a new easement for Minturn Road that includes enough land for the eco trail to be constructed. And that will go from the town boundary all the way to Railroad Avenue. UPRR is also giving the town an easement for portions of Railroad Avenue because it turns out that around the saloon, despite Railroad Avenue having been there for a long, long time. There is no actual easement for that road. So we are getting an easement for Railroad Avenue that includes not only the land needed to facilitate the existing roadway, but they are giving us an area on the north side of Railroad Avenue near the turntable where we can put in pedestrian improvements. And that is coming at no cost to the town.
And to clarify, the new language doesn't have in it that they can take it back at any time,
That's correct.
like the old one
It's,
does.
these easements are non-revocable.
Can we get them to throw in the rail yard?
No, but they are giving us, 2 easements across the tracks. We are getting an easement, for the, area where Railroad Avenue crosses, as well as, for the crossing at Dow Junction. And the town's boundary, if you recall, because we annexed Dow Junction, the Forest Service administrative site many years ago. The town's boundary it cuts just on the east side of the railroad tracks and it runs down that area, and then it includes the Forest Service land. So the crossing of the railroad tracks at Dow Junction for Minturn Road is actually within the town, and the town will get an easement for that. Now, those 2 easements are subject to about 25 pages of restrictions because they cross railroad tracks, but those restrictions are standard to what any other community in Colorado would get for a crossing of a railroad line. Those easements will all be recorded at the time that the UPRR plat is recorded. With respect to the reversionary interest, this goes back to, I think, the 1970s when the town annexed the Taylor Avenue extension. And Taylor Avenue was at the time owned, even though it had been constructed as a public road, it was owned by the railroad. The railroad didn't want it. They gave it to the town, but there was language in that conveyance that said if we didn't use Taylor Avenue for 3 years, the land would automatically go back to the railroad. Well, that doesn't work now that we're going to have Taylor Avenue and development on the other side of Taylor Avenue. We need to own that road forever. And so the railroad has agreed to vacate any interest they have in the reversionary interest for Taylor Avenue. Questions about property conveyances and easements? I think even Michelle would say poor Michelle, who has to deal with the railroad on a frequent basis, they've treated us not poorly with respect to getting things that we needed cleaned up.
Puts money in their pocket, they'll be nice, huh? Well, not nice, but.
That was a major motivation, I'm sure. All right, the next is we're going to talk about the restrictive covenant against lots 34 through 39 for locals housing. It's Exhibit E to the development agreement. The covenant requires that these are smaller lots than they're closer to Railroad Avenue, further to the south. But these lots are intended to be locals housing, hopefully somewhat more affordable. There will be a covenant that is put on there that requires that before any sale can happen, the lot and house must be marketed to a Minturn resident for 30 days. So it gives Minturn residents a kind of a first crack at buying one of these properties. And if that doesn't happen, it goes to eligible households, which include people who live in Eagle County, who are employed here or who are retired here. While you maintain the ownership of these properties, you must maintain your eligible household status. And that means you have to be employed here, and employed is defined as working 30 hours a week or more in Eagle County. Or you need to be a retired Eagle County resident. The lots can be, or the houses on the lots can be rented, but only to eligible households, which is to say, one of these lots could potentially be acquired, let's say, by a business owner who wants to provide housing for employees. The house could be owned by a business, but it has to be rented to eligible households, which is, again, are people who are working in Eagle County or who are retired after having worked in Eagle County. The term of the covenant runs for 50 years. Locals housing covenant. Questions?
How are they treated in terms of community water, community open space, part of the POA funding and all of that? Maybe that's a question. The applicant.
Brian, repeat your question. I'm not sure I understand.
The property owner, so say a local buys this under the restriction, are they part of the POA?
Yes.
Is their property, part of the master irrigation system? Do they pay the same POA fees, all of that? Like, what's the?
Excellent question. So yes, they are members of the Property Owners Association. They are served by the master meter irrigation system. They do not pay the same as the lot owners, as the other non-restricted lot owners. And I would have, if you go to, this is going to be hard to zero in on, but there's an exhibit to that. It's not actually to the locals only covenant, it's to the covenants for the Property Owners Association that defines what's called the allocated interest. And Rick, you might know this better off the top of your head, but my recollection is that I think each of the non-restricted lots are like 3.9% or something like that.
Boils down to $90 a month if you're in lots 34 to 39 approximately, and about $500 a month if you're in one of the other ones.
So this allocated interest, allocated interest structure makes the locals housing a much lower fraction of what has to get paid than the other 39 or the other 33 lots.
But you said they all have equal weight in voting.
They all have the same vote.
Okay.
And it's just every owner of every unit has one vote.
Who administers those? I know like in Vail and Deed program, like actually checks on the eligibility. Like who does that then fall on?
So the town of Minturn 2.5 years ago entered into an intergovernmental agreement with Eagle County, the Eagle County Housing and Development Authority, Kim and Tori in their department. They will, and we've been waiting till we had an actual program, a housing program for them to help us administer. They're supposed to be helping us determine and monitor and enforce eligibility requirements and take us through those for each one of those purchasers.
Okay, the next covenant that was offered by the applicant as part of the approval was, I'm going to call it actually a second home covenant, because that's really, I think, what it is. It creates a transfer assessment in the amount of 1% of the purchase price of the lot or the lot in the house. In the event that the person occupying it is not an eligible household. And again, eligible household has the same definition structure as the locals housing covenant. It requires that you be employed in Eagle County, or that you have a contract to become employed in Eagle County, or that you are a retired Eagle County resident. So if you fall into one of those three categories and you buy one of lots 1 through 33, you do not have to pay a transfer assessment because you are an eligible household. If, however, you are from Denver or San Francisco or wherever else, and you want to just have a second home in Eagle County, you are not a eligible household. And you must pay the 1% transfer assessment. And there's a set of forms that, again, will be run through the Eagle County Housing Authority to ensure compliance. If you are an eligible household and you have not paid the transfer assessment, you have to live in your house 9 to 12 months of the year. People might want to go to California in the winter for a month or two.
No. Believe.
But if you do more than that, or if you rent your property, there is a prohibition on renting these properties if you have qualified for the transfer tax non-payment, because otherwise you're really not using it as your primary residence. That's the point of the eligible household requirements. And so you can't rent it. And if you're not living there more than 9 of 12 months a year, you lose that eligible household status. And it might be, you might have lived there 10 years, but now you have to pay the transfer assessment. So it comes due at the time that you lose your eligible household status. I don't know what portion of these are going to be locals and what portion are going to be second houses. I believe Rick has indicated he's had a strong interest from Eagle County residents in securing these lots. I wouldn't view this as a major source of revenue to the town, but it is a nice feature that if there are second homeowners, they are making an additional contribution to Minturn for the pleasure of living here. So, questions about the transfer assessment?
I just had one question and I can't find where it was in the 610 pages available to me. For retirees, if somebody intends to retire here as their primary residence, but they have not lived here, they don't qualify as an eligible household. Is that correct?
I believe it says you have to have lived in Eagle County for 3 years prior.
Okay.
Okay. All right. The next one is for questions. I'm actually going to ask Rick to get up and talk about this, or Rick and Dan, his attorney, because we have reviewed the declaration of covenants for the Property Owners Association. They have been the ones making kind of modifications in response to council comments. So the Exhibit G to the PUD agreement is the Property Owners Association documents. Things I would note that have changed since the last version: we've included language about the requirement of the Owners Association to maintain internal roadways, sidewalks, drainage facilities, mud protection, flow berm, and other common areas. That includes internal trails that have been discussed at the prior meeting. Common areas are required to be funded and maintained by the Owners Association. We've talked about the common landscaping system that they will be implementing. We think the master meter works to the town's advantage in terms of monitoring and keeping irrigation in compliance with the town code. In response to council comments, all references to an architectural review committee or other development review committees by the HOA have been stricken. And the developer has removed other use restrictions associated with outdoor storage and play equipment. And here, I guess I would ask Rick, can you or Dan, can you kind of real quickly identify those changes that were made?
Yes, thank you, Mike. Thank you, council. Yes, there were some comments at the last meeting about changes to Articles 15 and 16 specifically. So in those articles, we did remove some language about campers and recreational vehicles, playground equipment. Some of those specifics are now gone. There was also some reference, maybe in some previous or prior versions that either the association's DRB or board had some authority. We've put that responsibility now really on the town, based on council's comments. So yeah, I would say just generally a lot of those specifics have been removed, and the goal is any of those larger changes that the council was discussing about alterations and additions, it would be a town decision. And there's still some ability for the association's board to adopt some rules as far as unsightliness or not noxious activity, unreasonable noise. And I think that's probably fair for the association's board to be involved in those issues and not the town. Thank you.
Any questions for Dan?
I mean, seeing as how I was the one that kind of keyed in on this, it still is a 40-page document, and there's like that. I think you're referring to the executive board can have, full and absolute authority to adopt rules in there. And so like, there's nothing, this thing still reads like a Highlands Ranch homeowners association, instead of something focused on common area funding and landscaping. Like it reads like a constrictive homeowners association. And there's nothing that, we put this in first meeting, they could adopt 10 more clauses to ban everything that's been stricken from it. So that's my worry is, then I've seen what happens in places like Eastvale or even in like Crested Butte, where you end up with these HOAs where they have a common interest, and then you end up with 150 people voting as a block in town, which in a small town like this can drastically kind of change what's going on in town and kind of impact what makes Minturn Minturn. So I would still just like to see, like this POA really focus on what we talked about. The spirit of it was to fund common area maintenance and the landscaping, not to restrict, if you can lease out a room in your place, which, I don't know how I'd had many friends in this town that don't rent out a room at least temporarily or something in their house, or to have just kind of open ability for an executive board to adopt more stringent rules. They could come in and say everybody has to have brown houses tomorrow, and we'd end up with everything we've worked against. So I don't know. I just thought that I'd see a little more change in that document than the small changes that I was able to notice.
Yeah, I think some of those bigger changes that maybe you were looking for as far as color change, additions to a home, alterations, that's a town decision. And I think that's a big change from a Highlands Ranch or a lot of the other communities up here that have an executive board, or an architectural review committee or a DRB that are reviewing some of those things, and not the town. Yes, there is still the ability for the town to make, or for the board to make some decisions as far as those smaller, if there's a light that's shining in your neighbor's home, hopefully the association's board can make some reasonable rules about that and what happens, so that, if an owner complains, they're not calling the police or they're not calling the town with those issues like that, or a barking dog, smoking, parking, those things. It seems reasonable to us that the association and the executive board would be able to have some authority to regulate those things. But as far as those bigger things, I think that's a big change from your typical community. in that permitting process.
Well, I mean, I think, again, you know, HOAs and POAs are diametrically opposed to what we have here at Minturn. So I think you have to spend extra time creating one for a development that's a huge change to our community, and put some extra care in there. And, you know, it's just what I worry is first meeting, everyone goes, great, we got this thing passed. And now let's all circle up and, you know, add back in those clauses where we tightly control everything and nobody can have anything. No one can park in their driveways overnight. I've seen these in experience in a lot of places, and it doesn't create community. It kind of creates the opposite. And so maybe that's, you know, it goes back to my question, like, is that something then we'd have to address as a town, that we could come up with our own ordinance about what metro districts and POAs and HOAs can control, or what should go to the town? You know, what, is there any way to prevent what I'm worried about happening from happening?
There are two ways. One is you can approve communities that don't have common elements and therefore don't require a property owners association. So for example, you know, throughout town, the roads are public and everything's public, and you don't need a P of A because everything's public. This situation, the town definitely wants not to be responsible for all the improvements. It's a relief to the town's budget. And so the internal roadways, internal trails, the internal irrigation system, drainage improvements along Taylor and 4th Street, those are all funded by the Property Owners Association, meaning we don't have to build that into our budget. So there are these kind of pros and cons to having property owners associations. I guess to answer your question, I've never looked into it, but I think it would be challenging for the town to have an ordinance that directly regulated HOAs in terms of, you know, an HOA or property owners association. It's a contract between all the members. And in order for things to change, they have to get 2/3 of the members to support it. And then in some situations, they have to get the first mortgage holders to agree to it. And I don't know that we could, through an ordinance, directly regulate and say HOAs you can, or more likely can't regulate, you know, some list of things. Rather, our opportunity to review and provide comment is in a situation like this.
Can I clarify with you? I think your fear is that, you know, you would expect a diverse neighborhood. So in that instance, 150 homeowners or whatever, 39 units. So 39 people in a POA would be diverse enough that they wouldn't outlaw basketball hoops, right? That in somebody's driveway. But your fear is maybe it will not be diverse, and so maybe they will outlaw basketball hoops or campers in driveways, or but what you just described, they wouldn't be calling us for code enforcement, would they? That, like a smoking or someone growing weed in their garage or whatever it looks like. I mean, they would all address all that in their POA.
So we would not have enforcement authority of their covenants and
Right.
rules.
Right.
Now, if someone had a vicious dog, you know, or something that fell under the town's code, they're like any other resident. They have the right to call the town and ask for help.
So, and my understanding is they have to come to the town's, through the town's process to build their house, to pass DRB, all those kinds of things. And Rick has said he's going to let it be custom to each homeowner. So I don't know.
I don't think Brian's worried about
It's
the
not
homes.
that at all. It's, you know, like Eagle Vale, for instance, like you feel like you're being patrolled by an Orwellian fleet of bold management trucks, and HOAs, like the rules that get passed in these very rarely trend towards looser, more freedom in your community, they tend to translate into, like my friend had to fight, he owns a construction company, does very well. They tried to ban him parking his own truck in his driveway because people got on the board and decided they didn't like the way that small logos on trucks parked in driveways looked. And that is exactly what I'm saying is against why we moved to Minturn. Like me and a lot of my friends who have living here or renting here or whatever, they seek out Minturn as a community precisely because that is not what we are.
I kind of agree with you. I mean, I don't want to see this development become an island up on Taylor, and that is the fear that it'll be different. You want it to be the same. But then we're saying with but you're basically saying no POA, because I don't think there's any halfway.
I don't think that, I think you could just get rid of anything that isn't specific to funding improvements to and maintaining common property. That's what I think got lost here is the spirit of what I was trying to say last time. And then I used a couple of examples about a basketball hoop and a snowmobile, and you dutifully struck out basketball hoops and snowmobiles from it, but you kind of missed the bigger picture where, again, I'll repeat that it's the way it's designed will end up with a community that's very not Minturn.
I think.
Why don't you give your name and address?
Oh, Rick Hermes representing Minturn Crossing and Minturn North, office in Edwards, Colorado. I think under the scenario you're bringing up, though, it still doesn't preclude a board from adding that back in because it's a property owner association board. So if you struck more from it, it doesn't mean they can't add it back later, except for everything that we've heard about the importance of making it part of Minturn and looking like Minturn. All those things have been addressed. We did strike them out based on your comments. So I don't think there's a foolproof methodology necessarily. Mike, correct me if I'm wrong from a legal perspective, but I would like to point out, I mean, Mike, I think this is what you were saying is we're putting in the roads, we're putting in the infrastructure, we're paying for all of it. We're allowing public access, but we're maintaining everything on the property. And at this point, we've given and given and given, I believe, to a point where we're kind of there. So I don't know what else we can do at this point. We've adjusted documents, we've worked with staff at length to try to make this to address your comments, public comments, everybody's comments. So I'm not sure if that addresses your commentary. I'm not sure there's a good way to do that, Brian. Having a POA that has to maintain all the things that we're putting in, which is part of the PUD process. I've never had a PUD without it.
Right or wrong, I don't have an opinion whether these are good or bad, but something that I've been thinking about in these conversations is there are POAs in this town already. We will have future PUDs come before Planning Commission and Council that are in process right now that are proposing multiple POAs. So I certainly understand what you're saying, and I also agree that it's common, and I don't know what the balance is and how you get to that kind of a POA covenant where what you're talking about, Brian, where it's pretty limited and that probably works for some developments for sure. There are more rural developments in Eagle County where the covenants are pretty restricted to just those types of things that you're talking about, common area maintenance and maintaining ditches and things like that. And that's about it. But I think that's going to be part of the future is what I'm saying.
But two of the PUDs, one of which Belden Place, has gone through the development review process. The other one coming up, Midtown Village. Those are proposed to be very dense. I mean, it's a slightly different animal from the less dense proposal at Minturn North. And if you don't have as a P of A the ability to regulate people's placement of junk or things in the common area on their boundaries, how many work trucks in addition to their personal vehicles they can park there, the whole structure falls apart. You can't, I mean, the more density you want to approve, the more restrictions a property owners association is gonna have to have. This one, again, has the benefit of there's quite a bit of room around there. The lots are big. There's parking on the street. There's, but that, to say that we can't have P of As that have more power than what Rick has presented to us probably condemns other developments in the town, one of which has gone through some development approvals and the other one is coming through for development approvals because you can't have the density without the regulation.
Those are common wall shared things. I guess I'm really trying to get at, like, how are we preventing this thing from turning into Eaglevale or, God forbid, like Single Tree, Bachelor Gulch, like all those, like how, I think if we're just gonna throw in the towel and say, well, I don't know, if they want to turn it into another place, then, then why have we gone through this whole Minturn community process anyway? If they're just, it's like, well, we got to have an HOA to build anything anymore. So anything that gets built in Minturn is just not going to feel like Minturn. Is that
Well,
basically what we're saying?
No, I mean, again, if you want to approve lots on a grid system that looks like Minturn, where we have public roads and infrastructure that goes right up to the sidewalk curb and that, we can do it. But there's a density limit as to how dense you can get.
So you're saying there's no way to structure any development to pay for common areas without having design review powers and architectural review stuff?
No, I'm not sure that's correct, but I think if you're going to have things like shared parking and shared open space, you have to have an entity that has the ability to ensure it's used appropriately for everybody.
Like a town.
I think your staff would strongly not recommend we get in the business of policing internal common area elements within specific PUDs.
I think the town has been pulled into one specific area close and neighboring this, that it probably doesn't need to be in, and the town really can't police those things.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just clarify one, I'll just say, like, I really don't think we're trying to prevent the development from getting done. There are very fancy houses getting built all up and down Minturn that are not part of a HOA, and I don't think it prevents building a nice house somewhere or having, a multi-million-dollar place. I'm just looking for some sort of, way that we can prevent this from turning into what we're trying it not to turn into. And it seems like all the answers are like, it's inevitable.
Well, I don't know that it's inevitable. I mean, the state legislature definitely has authority over Kiowa. They're the ones who created the Common Interest Community Act. If council wanted, we could take a little look at local government abilities to restrict the powers that HOAs have. I would recommend, however, we do that sooner as opposed to later, because again, these are contracts between all the owners. And getting ahead of this as opposed to trying to impose limitations after the fact is going to be much easier. And again, that's why we go through the design review processes the PUD review processes to, one of the elements we do is we go through the covenants. Part of it is, do these work? Because I have had covenants submitted to me that were just literally cut and paste jobs from other developments and they didn't work. And then the other one is to make sure that it's consistent with goals of the community. And so now is the opportunity for the covenants as presented to say, if there's something that's not consistent with the goals of the community, tell us what change to make. We'll make that a condition of approval and deal with it.
Well, I don't know that we're able to do that tonight.
Well, if Brian has some specific examples he wants to propose, I mean, that would be definitely a appropriate topic for council consideration.
I just want to encourage you, now's the time. It's like, I mean, really,
No, like I'm not a lawyer who can design 40-page HOA incorporation documents. So I'm not gonna be able to redline a whole thing or. It just, the spirit of it didn't change at all. And I guess I just feel like we're kind of left with this whole well, let's just hope that just by nature of them being near, hopefully some loud snowmobiles going back and forth during the winter and some, interesting people on Taylor Street that will try our best to incorporate this new development. I'm just picturing Westbrook Village, Arizona being built, right in the middle here. And, it's next thing you know, I just see it and it doesn't end well. So I'm trying to figure out ways that we can creatively address this. And it just doesn't seem like I'm hitting walls everywhere I turn. So
If the majority of members on council would like us, and again, it won't be specific to this development, but at a more general level, the ability to bring you an ordinance that did have limitations on the exercise of authority under HOA covenants, we can look at that.
maybe I'm ignorant here. Why would you do an HOA instead of a metro district in this case?
Totally different. Metro district. You have to. form
Rick, you need to get to
it's
the
a taxing
microphone.
Entity. Totally different.
We would much rather have an HOA than a metro district. Metro districts are government entities that have powers that are not always in the best interest of the town, far beyond what a HOA can do. So for purposes of a development this size, not having a metro district is definitely the better alternative.
Dan?
well, I don't, are you like referring to like section 15(8) nuisances and unsightliness? I mean, it's kind of open-ended. No noxious or offensive activities shall be carried on within the community. But then it doesn't really say what those are. So it's open-ended. And so your fear is like that it could be.
I mean, maybe you guys tell
Specifically?
me if I'm unreasonable. I guess I grew up in some of these places and I know people who live in some of these places and what you end up with couldn't be further from Minturn than.
I understand your point, Brian,
So
but
that's all
I
I
want to
got.
hear from Dan, please.
Thank you. Sorry, Dan Reynolds, attorney for the applicant. And I do just want to point out section 16.1, which is the architectural control provision. And I think this provision is vastly different than what you see at that community in Arizona or Eagle Vale that has both a POA and a metro district, or Singletree that has a POA, or Homestead that has a POA. Any structural addition, attachment, change to any residential unit or to the landscaping or to that exterior area would go not to the association, not to an executive board, not to the DRB or design review committee. It goes to the town instead. And I think that is a tremendous difference than those other associations or communities that you've seen.
Thank you.
And one last point, just for the record, typically a developer would put together some pretty stringent, detailed rules and regulations. In this situation, we have not.
Okay, well, let's ponder that. I mean, I understand what you're saying. You don't want it to look like a arrowhead right in the middle of the rest of the community. Golf course, green, lawns, all that kind of stuff, or really. But I get that. But Dan's point was one I was trying to make is we still have strong regulation authority in that area from architectural on. I don't think it's going to get to where you want, but maybe we can just hope that I don't know. I don't know of a way to get it. It doesn't. I mean, if lawyers can't figure it out, I'm not sure who can.
I think I mean, I don't have experience. I've never lived in an HOA. So I appreciate your experience here and I think maybe it's unique to all of us and maybe, you know, if you have more specific language for Rick that, you know, I mean, I don't know, you know, like that open-ended 15.8, you know, that just talks about, you know, noxious or offensive activity, or if there's, I think that's the way you go about addressing this. Without striking the POA altogether, which I think has its uses. So, I mean, is there a way, are there specific things? I'm just trying to help, but
We can move on. Oh. Thinking about it.
Okay, why don't we move on to the next, any other questions, beyond this, Brian, you can think about it.
It's
and
the
see what you come
last
up
of the
with.
agenda items, so you have a little time to.
Thank you.
I'll ask some questions to buy you some time.
Go ahead.
These may not be to these covenants. Well, one of them is on page 179, I think of the PUD guide. Talks about the trail, the Minturn Trail. And specifically, it talks about non-motorized uses. But I think that class 1 e-bike, I want it to be, I want the trail through Minturn North, the trail that comes by Minturn North, I want that to mirror the rest of the Eagle County Trail. I don't, what,
They don't allow e-bikes right now on Forest Service trails.
oh, right, because it crosses Forest Service. But they do allow class 1, not on Forest Service trails, but not anything up above that. And
I
not
have-
in wilderness areas.
And I have spoken with the Forest Service in regards to the look the other way philosophy.
Ah,
In, you know, given that it's a great opportunity to get from here to the rest of the county, be
Oh.
an e-bike.
I would just strike that from that if we can,
Terry,
because
can
I think that whatever,
I'm sorry, just direct, when you're ready, direct me to the.
page
specific-
179 of the PUD guide, I think it is.
The packet or the PUD guide?
Maybe the packet, sorry. 179 of the packet.
Pages ahead of you.
That's a section of easement deed and for pedestrian trail and trail improvements.
But those might be the small paths.
Those refer to just the paths. I thought it said Minturn Trail. Let me just see. In which in case, in that case, I definitely would agree with
Oh,
that.
this is the deed with UPRR.
179, must be of the packet.
I would only note that UPRR had, I forgot to mention, this was another thing they gave us. They had no obligation to give us an easement for the eco trail across the property to the north of this PUD. And they came and they offered to do that at exactly the width and configuration that the eco trail asked for. This deed has been vetted by who at Eco Trail?
Kevin Sharkey.
Kevin Sharkey. He didn't have any comments on its current form.
Okay,
I am reluctant to go back to UPRR with any changes.
yeah, no, I wouldn't do that. I just, if I was I guess my concern was if the POA was going to be out there.
But it's not, the Property Owners Association is not the one maintaining the eco trail. That is the town of Minturn.
Right.
In its jurisdiction, and outside of Minturn, it will be Eagle County.
Okay, that's what I want to clarify. I just want to match with the rest of the trail. I understand the sensitivity with the railroad and I think it is like Michelle said, it's gonna be what it's gonna be. I just didn't want the POA kind of out there thinking
The
they could
POA
regulate.
does not own or maintain the eco trail. The eco trail itself that runs along Minturn Road is, again, either owned and or controlled by either the town or by Eagle County.
Right. So that page 179 is just in the covenants with the railroad.
It is, I don't think it's in the covenants. I think it's an exhibit to the development agreement specifically. And I realize I did
That's an
not
easement.
get the sub numbers in here, but yeah, it's exhibit D1 to the development agreement.
Yes, bring the town of Minturn and the Union Pacific. An agreement for that.
Okay. Well, I just know people are gonna be riding their class 1 e-bikes on there, so. I'm just like they ride snowmobiles on the railroad tracks, so
And
whatever it is,
to their luck, the town doesn't have any ability to police that.
great. Okay, I don't have to worry about that then. I saw that. And then 2 other questions. Last meeting, I had clarified about construction fencing. And then the notes said something different. The minutes said something different from what I thought it's that we talked about, but to clarify, will there be construction fencing around the entire project or individual?
So let's have Rick, if
Around
you-
the whole thing?
Can you step up to the microphone, please?
Okay.
Sorry. I'll just stand here. Yes, it will be around the perimeter, but not each individual lot.
Okay, that's what I had a question. And then who, does the POA plow the 50 spots? 50 on Taylor, or
No.
will that be the town? That's the town responsibility. Okay.
I have a quick question on the wetlands setback on page 114. Where it just says like no structure, building or disturbance other than the addition of the preventive mud flow berm shall occur within the 30-foot Game Creek setback. Is the berm in that 30-foot setback or is it?
Yes.
Okay.
I was outside of it. Is it? Okay.
So will the vegetation be removed to accommodate the berm?
Yeah, where the berm is located, it's sage. It's not
Okay.
treed.
Okay, anything else from the council for staff?
I'm gonna run through a couple more points.
Sure, go ahead.
First one is an exhibit to the PUD agreement is the construction plans. Those are big plans. We did attach the most recent, or at the time of the packet, the most recent version to the agenda. There have been some minor updates to those construction plans in response to Jeff Spinell's comments. There will be a few more, as Jeff mentioned, edits to that. So what we're adopting with the PUD agreement is the construction plans as they will be finished up after complying with the items in Jeff's letter. Again, the documents that you would have accessed in the packet would be very, 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 very close. And if you want Jeff to identify a few of the changes that have been made, we can do that. But there have been minor technical changes to those drawings.
Yeah, this is great and I read fast, but I would love to get it like on Friday before in the packet.
So the other
Because
thing.
these did answer some of my questions.
The other thing with related to construction is there are 3 cost estimates. Those have been updated to break out certain categories and add at least one additional item that needed to be included in the cost estimates. Included with the items that we have passed out today are those updated construction cost estimates, and those will be substituted in for the versions that are in the packet because they are the most up-to-date documents. Couple of other items. The developer is making a payment to the town of $85,000, which the town will be able to use towards pedestrian improvements along Railroad Avenue. We talked about the implementation of the construction, that most of it will happen in a big flurry of activity, but that there are 3 items that will be phased or at least delayed for a period of up to 3 years. I would note all 3 of those items are securitized. In other words, we have the money that if the developer weren't to repave Minturn Road, we would call the letter of credit and we would do it ourselves. So those items, even though they're not being built initially, are included in the cost estimates that form the basis for the security the town's going to get. I think that walks through the major points of the development agreement, and the ancillary documents there too. Happy to answer any other questions. Mr. Mayor, I think after council makes its any additional questions that council may have, I think it would be appropriate to give the applicant an opportunity to provide any information they would like to do.
Yes, Rick, did you want to say anything else on this process?
Unless you have questions,
Okay. Do we have any pressing questions for the applicant from the board?
Question for Scott, maybe. At one point, we had talked about like a plat note regarding that railroad activity. Am I the only one that remember this? Maybe.
Public road?
Like
So,
back when.
buyer
like, some
beware.
Note that like, hey, this could be a railroad again, and you live 40 feet from it, kind of deal.
That is actually
Is that,
an exhibit to the P of A covenants. The UPR has required that there be a document included in the covenants that says you're located next to a railroad and this railroad could become active again.
oh,
So
is that,
it's
that
not
in
on
there?
the plat,
Oh,
but
okay.
it is in the covenants.
I missed that.
And an
Very likely.
industrial conditional use permit yard with multiple industrial uses. But I don't think that's in there.
Kate, let me help you.
I'm
Find that.
it's probably in here and I lacks the capacity to remember that.
I will, I'll work on finding that real quick.
So that'll just be part of the covenants and it won't be like a note or something. And that we find that sufficient.
That's the way that is structured. It will be entitled.
Okay.
So everybody will be provided notice to it, same as on the plat. But it just won't specifically be on the plat.
It's probably better than being on a plat if it's on the title work and covenants. So.
Good, thank you.
Kate, I had a chance to go look at the notes on the plans again quickly. And Scott pointed out that in the development agreement, the developer is responsible for damage to the adjoining roads and mud dragged onto the roads and so forth. So your concern is taken care of.
Great, thank you.
Kate, so looking at the big PDF on page 429,
Oh, so
hopefully that
close.
coordinates with, it's exhibit D to the Property Owners Association covenants, is the covenant benefiting the Union Pacific Railroad and giving notice of its rail line and its potential future use.
Anything else from the board? Okay, we'll open this to the public hearing. Do we have anybody in the public would have to come up to the podium and ask any questions?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, we probably should go ordinance by ordinance.
Okay,
Because each one has a public hearing requirement.
you're right. So we'll move to ordinance number 15, series 2023. Brian, if you want to keep working on, if you are still working on that, we can address that when we get down to resolution 31, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So we're now dealing with ordinance 15, series 2023, second reading, and ordinance approving the Minturn North final plan for PUD. So with that, is there any need for presentation from the staff?
I don't have any presentation, Mr. Mayor. As I noted at the beginning of the hearing, the ordinance that's in the packet is redlined. So within that ordinance, we made a few changes to section 3. It says the town of Minturn, that the Minturn North final PUD development plan attached hereto as Exhibit A is hereby approved subject to the following. So I just added the words attached hereto as Exhibit A. Under section 3, that's where the conditions are found. I am proposing that we strike through condition number 2, which read, the applicant shall work with the town engineer and town attorney to revise and update the PUD documents, CCNRs, and or agreements to permit the town of Minturn as an authorized contractor to access and repair critical offsite drainage facilities in emergency situations. That's something that we discussed on the November 1st hearing. And I believe those changes have been made. So I'm suggesting that we don't need that condition anymore.
And I would just note that we added language into the covenants that give the town the authority to act in the event that the property owners association fails to properly maintain the drainage, including under Minturn Road, and that we would then have the ability to bill back the owners association for the town's work.
Further on in the list of conditions that came from the first reading, condition number 7, proposing a modification to that condition. It reads, the applicant shall provide evidence of final approval and ability to serve from the Eagle River Water and Sanitation District prior to recordation of the Minturn North PUD final subdivision plat. And then we're proposing the added language of any revisions to 100% construction drawings and associated cost estimates as a result of any changes requested by ERWSD shall be added to the 100% construction drawings and cost estimates to be reviewed and approved by the town engineer. And then lastly, previously we were recommending condition number 8, which was aimed at having the applicant work with the town attorney to update the CCNRs based on comments from council and Brian's concerns over the covenants and certain sections of the covenants, 15 and 16. That's what we took from the meeting and that's what we had conditioned. We feel that those have been addressed, and so we're recommending that that condition be struck as well.
Okay. Any questions on ordinance number 15 from the board? Terry, do you have anything?
No.
Brian?
No.
Kate?
No.
No. Tom, do you have any questions on ordinance 15?
Go with no.
Jay, is Tom still here?
Tom is still there. His mic's on, but he was not answering, so I would assume no.
And I don't have any further questions on ordinance 15 either. Rick, anything else you want to say on ordinance 15? Okay. At this time, I'll open it up to the public. Is there any questions that the public has on ordinance 15? Jay, you got anybody out there?
No,
on
there's
Zoom?
nobody in the audience with their hand up. Excuse me, hold on just one moment.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Bill Hoblitz, Bill Hoblitzel has his hand up. And go ahead, Mr. Hoblitson, if you want to speak.
Thanks. Bill Hoblitzel, 262 Taylor Street. I have a couple quick questions about the irrigation and landscaping. 2 years ago, the Colorado House passed a bill prohibiting POAs from prohibiting xeriscaping and non-vegetative turf grass. So I'm curious how a POA controlled and mandated irrigation system is or is not in compliance with that state law. I guess that's maybe a question for Mike. Can individual homeowners opt out of this if they have differing values or ethics towards water use than the POA, and their landscaping meets town requirements, but doesn't meet, you know, a preferred neighborhood landscaping plan, that sort of thing. So I guess opt out, would that be the second question? If they can't, is that in conflict with the state law? And, you know, in general, at a higher level, since this is an SFR development, that's supposed to be predominantly owner occupied, it's unclear why this, you know, neighborhood controlled irrigation system, I guess, is necessary. I think in the individual house setting, as opposed to like a multifamily dwelling, these features generally just serve to kind of make properties more attractive to second homeowners who don't want to deal with maintaining their properties. You know, as a stated goal of our town and our community plans, our housing plans, and kind of our values that have been repeatedly articulated, we're trying to create housing that prioritizes and attracts, you know, full-time residents, not second homeowners. So it's one thing to, you know, build more homes and that sort of stuff, but I think you also have to think about the context and enact conditions around your neighborhood that intentionally disincentivize second home ownership, such as having to take care of your home. So I think there's multiple things on that. I'm sure you guys are probably not going to really answer that last one, or you know, I don't blame you if you can't, but those first two, whether or not, you know, we're in conflict with state law, I think is kind of interesting and important to lay out here. And then, you know, in general, I'm 100% in support of the point that Brian's trying to make. It's not just about architecture with these POAs. You know, this is a neighborhood being built in a town context that has, you know, an existing municipal rule over it. It's not being built out on unincorporated Eagle County land. It's not the Wild West, and it's, you know, it's about making everybody on equal footing, for better or for worse. If your neighbor is a little bit of a nuisance, you know, if Gusty and Brian have a problem with each other, you know, their recourse is to walk across the street and talk about it like human beings, take it to the town if there's a town code about it, and then take it to the police if it moves beyond that. Setting up all these unnecessary entities to police people's behaviors, it really doesn't serve any function in the context of an existing municipality. It really just is about low-key social redlining and kind of policing people's behaviors, and that's something we need to move beyond. So I would encourage council to work with Mike to understand what restrictive powers we have over this POA or any others. I think Mike kind of made a little bit of a conflation of the different POAs in town. When you have a multi-residential building, you know, a multi-unit building, or you have a multi-use building, such as commercial on the bottom and residents upstairs, some of these organizations might make sense, but, you know, we've defaulted back to building an SFR neighborhood. These are individual homeowners and residences. They're all adults around here, and they shouldn't be subject to any other rules than the rest of us in town are. And I think really defaulting back to what do they actually need to maintain their streets? What do they need to maintain their sidewalks? And what do they need to maintain community spaces are the powers that should be granted to the POA. And beyond that, I think no other powers are necessary. But anyway, that's more, I guess, of an opinion or request that you keep working on that issue. But those first ones are actual questions. I'm curious to understand how this shared community landscaping works in relation to House Bill 21-1229 that prohibits xeriscaping and other things, you know, personal choices from homeowners that are trying to make, you know, more ethical choices about water use.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Hoblitzel has asked for some responses. Under our procedure, we'll make note of those, allow for continued public comment, and then the applicant will have an opportunity to provide responses, and staff can also provide responses.
Okay, thank you, Bill. We'll move on to the next person. Is there anyone else that has public comment?
I do not see anybody else. I do have one question to clarify with, though. Regarding Terry's question on the construction fencing, is it around the lot or around the property? I couldn't hear it again.
It's around the property, he said, around the entire property, not around individual
Okay,
lots.
so it's one fence, not 39.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if we have no further public comment, I'll close the public hearing. Rick, do you have any responses to Bill's statements and questions? I don't know if you could.
I guess the only comment I have on it is every house will go through the town design review board process, just like every other house does in Minturn, including the landscaping. So if someone wants to do less, they can do less. So I don't know, I'm not familiar with the House bill, whatever it was that he mentioned, but every homeowner has the opportunity to do that. And we are, however, I think being very responsible by incorporating water-wise landscaping and all the other things that we put into the PUD and the covenants. So we feel like we've gone above and beyond. If somebody wants to do xeriscaping and that's what they want to do, is they'll go to the town and the town can allow them to do that or not.
I agree that ultimately through the DRB process, the town is the one who will approve a landscape plan, not the association.
So they don't have to use irrigation at all if they don't want.
Well, I think even a very xeriscaped setting would use some irrigation.
But I think his question was if somebody is against outdoor irrigation. I bet Bill Hoblitzel is against your outdoor. If he wanted to buy one, does he have to be on some form of irrigation? I think is what he's asking.
First of all, he doesn't have to buy one. And second of all, if he wanted to not do landscaping, it's up to the town design review process. So it's out of our control.
So you would just skip that for irrigation. You would skip a house. I think, right? Isn't that easy?
I mean, I'm not sure.
So
Well, it's gonna be one piping
environment.
system. So you would just run it underground.
There's nothing to water it.
Yeah.
I mean, I cannot imagine, so the town has landscaping code, which we went through back in 2016,
well, just a year ago.
a year ago, okay? It requires trees. Trees require some water. Every lot is gonna have some water for landscaping. Now, it can be a xeriscape landscape plan, which will come through the DRB process for approval. But every lot's gonna get a little bit of water. Cause they have to meet your landscaping requirements.
Which apparently need to be updated.
Well, we just updated them. We just updated them a year ago.
Because there's plenty of lots out here that
You have
don't
to plant
irrigate.
like.
We're
3
requiring
trees and 6
landscaping.
Shrubs or something.
Construction watering is different than permanent
But
watering.
what Mike is saying is we are requiring them to have certain things as a landscaping, whether it's xeriscape, trees, whatever. They gotta do something. And if you gotta do something, you gotta have water.
I have the xeriscape yard, front yard, and I have little sprinklers in it. You have to have a little bit of water to keep those plants alive.
Just as a reminder, the town adopted not more than a year ago, updated landscape guidelines, which now introduce multiple hydro zones. So high water use zones, sod, all the way down to low. And we specifically included principles that are not only geared towards waterwise, but make mention and accommodations for xeriscaping. So, Rick, from very early on in this process, in the PUD guide, and now in the PUD guide, the covenants and everywhere else, we have references to the town's waterwise landscape standards. So I'm feeling pretty good about those new landscape standards, which in a lot of ways was in direct response to the water issues that the town is facing. So to your point, I think what I just heard was that if someone wanted to deviate from the typical landscape design that's been shown as kind of an example of what is envisioned for this property, they certainly can do that. And it would be, I think, embraced or encouraged under our existing waterwise landscape standards when they come through the DRB process. So.
And his question about, obviously, then it would comply with Colorado state law. That was the other part of his question.
I don't believe that there's anything in the covenants that have been presented that require a specific kind of landscaping. Again, board of the town of Minturn implementing the town's landscape code will be the one who decides what landscape plans are adopted for individual lots.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, at this time, did we have any more? I guess that's as much response as we can do for Bill. So from this point, I would entertain a motion on ordinance number 15.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 15, an ordinance of the town of Minturn, Colorado, approving the final development plan for plan unit development for Minturn North with conditions, conditions 1, conditions 3, conditions 4, conditions 5, condition 6, condition 7. 8 has been completed, 2 has been completed, but it is noted in there that we would bill back the property owners association for any drainage problems that they didn't take care of and it fell back onto the town.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Gusty and a second by Kate. Roll call, please.
Terry, I.
Brian, no.
Kate,
Gusty, aye.
Earl, I. Tom? Tom, are you there? Okay, well,
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, Tom does have his mic on, but he does not have, and he can't, apparently it's not speaking out. Perhaps he could do the hand raise thing for an approval? Or for up or down?
I think he needs to be
I
able
still
to.
don't see anything. Yes, I do. He did raise his hand, so I'll take that as an affirmative yes vote. And just to make sure, Terry, you voted yay or nay? No?
I voted yes.
Okay, and Brian, you voted no. Okay, thank you.
okay, motion passes. Moving on to ordinance number 16, series 2023, second reading, an ordinance approving the final plat for UPR subdivision. And so this is the final plat where, as you say, it's what the ones that we have in front of us here have it. But that's where it was a matter of just changing some language here or there pretty much. So do we have any questions on that? Okay. Hearing none. Open it up for public hearing. Do we have any, want to have any questions on the final plat for the UPR subdivision?
I do not see any hands raised.
Okay, hearing none, we close public hearing. And do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 16, series 2023, an ordinance of the town of Minturn, Colorado, approving the final subdivision plat for the UPRR subdivision. And did we have any conditions on that one that we needed to include?
Yes, Gusty. So there's one condition that's recommended, and that was the condition that they provide the mud flow analysis and we get the chance to review that, refer it, and take action on that.
Okay, was that condition number 1?
Correct.
Okay, including condition number 1.
As a point of order, that we're substituting the most recent version of the plats which have been passed out tonight.
Okay,
So
substituting the recent version of the plats.
And just to clarify, when is that coming in?
We have received the mud flow analysis, and we're going to review that and refer it to Colorado Geological Survey. So that condition is that basically predicated on the fact that we get that prior to, what was the condition? I'll see here. Prior to the sale of lots 1 through 4. So that's a ways off. We already have it in hand and we'll start that process of referring and reviewing that. So.
thank you, Scott.
Yep.
Do we have a second? Earl seconds. Okay, roll call, please.
Well, this is weird because that was my problem last time. was the mud flow analysis. So is it weird to not vote for one and vote for another? I mean, can I do that or is that inconsistent? I'm asking.
You can vote on any ordinance the way you want to.
Well, I would prefer that we had that mud flow analysis and made that clear. So Terry, nay.
Brian, I.
Taylor.
Dusty, I.
Earl, I.
And Tom has raised his hand, so I'm assuming that is a yes vote.
Okay, that is a new hand raised. Not,
Right.
it hasn't been sitting there from the original vote he made.
Correct.
Jay?
He's raising his hand, so I'm assuming it's a yes.
All right. Okay, motion passes on second reading. Next.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, but maybe we can talk about that for a moment. You know, we did pass an electronics meetings. The resolution or an ordinance?
It's an ordinance and it requires that for someone to participate remotely, they have to be in communicative ability like voice and
So for the clerk to make an assumption is
is not appropriate.
not
Is,
appropriate.
is he clicking the hand raise or is he waving his hand in video?
Jay, can you
In-
hear?
He
Brian?
was doing both. He was raising his hands and clicking it on and off. And I would say, yes, that's a yes vote.
I mean, 5 is a quorum, isn't it? And
Right, we already have an approval either way. I just want to get, for the record, I want to make sure that we're following our own proper procedures.
So he's been giving you physical,
Yes, Jay
notion
has
of
a
yes.
physical hand raised from Tom
Okay.
and the yellow, I believe what Jay is saying, is the yellow emoji hand raised
Okay,
as well.
Mm,
it's kind of weird.
He's raising his hand in the Zoom function.
And I got a text from Tom saying yes. So,
Tom, can you send us smoke signals too?
Send him a picture with.
yeah, so,
thumbs up.
okay.
Okay.
Yeah, he can't be on video, right?
God, I've lost where I am now. Okay, we're on ordinance number 17, right?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, and do we have a motion?
We still have a public
Didn't we
comment,
just-
don't we?
Oh. Completely
Wait,
lost
wait,
my
wait,
mind.
wait. Didn't we
You
just
guys are confusing me. Stop it.
vote? That passed.
Yes, he's moving to ordinance 17.
Sorry.
Okay, we're on ordinance number 17, series 2023, second reading, an ordinance approving the final plat of the Minturn North and PUD. Oh, so if there's no questions from the board, I will open public hearing. Any questions from the public?
That's anybody with their hand raised for a comment.
You do not?
Correct.
Okay. Closing public comment. Have a motion?
I'm gonna make it on this one too, so. I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 17, series 2023, an ordinance of the town of Minturn, Colorado, approving the final subdivision plat for the Minturn North PUD, and that's the one we had just one condition on, correct?
That is correct.
Number 1.
Yep.
Okay, then condition number 1.
And go see again, point of order, substituting in the most recent version of the plat that
Okay,
was
sorry, and substituting in the recent version of the plat, updated.
Do we have a second? Earl seconds. Roll call, please.
Terry, nay.
Brian, nay.
Kid, I.
Dusty, I.
Earl, I. Tom?
Tom has his hand raised.
Wait for the text.
Okay,
And I did receive a text saying yes.
okay. Moving on. Now we're here to resolution 31, series 2023, a resolution approving the Minturn North Development Agreement.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, may I confirm there were 2 nays and 4 yays, correct? 4 yeses, 2 nos.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Do we have any further questions on resolution 31 from the board? Okay. I'll open the public hearing. Do we have any comments from anybody from the public? On resolution 31, series 2023, a resolution approving the Minturn North Development Agreement.
I don't see any hands raised for that.
Hearing none, I close the public hearing.
Mr. Mayor, this was an item that there might be a motion with several conditions that staff will want to take diligent
Okay,
notes on, but maybe
should we
it's up
take a
it's up
recess?
to the council. No, I think, well, I guess you should ask your council if they're prepared to make a vote on this.
Do we have anyone with extensive notes on this particular resolution?
It's you, right? Don't get frustrated. Just you take your time.
Is what it is. I think
What happens if if we're not ready to pass this one tonight?
That's going to be a problem. Those would be,
Your code requires that there be a development agreement passed as part of the adoption of a PUD. I guess your staff's strong preferences that we pass this, even if it's with conditions that we then implement after.
guess I would just request in good faith, if we pass this, that, you work to hold to your word, that you have looked at our community plan, our community values, and understand them, and are going to try to integrate this development and communicate to prospective buyers what they're getting into. I guess that's all we can really do.
I don't agree with that. I think that once it's signed off, the developer can do whatever he wants. He's got a final plat. And so you want to get this right. You can ask for specific conditions I mean, and I would if I were you, if I didn't want to walk out of here and be frustrated with the process, I would ask for conditions
I think
and see if the rest of your council agrees with you.
the process maybe got to this point where we are looking at this thing with a POA and in the current setup, and it's kind of too far to go back and undo some of these decisions. So, and then, it kind of seems like if you have a POA, the way that this is set up, there's zero way under Colorado law or our current municipal code to really prevent any of the kind of worst case scenarios that I'm thinking of. And I would, I'll continue, I think, to bring up for future council meetings, maybe the adoption and exploration of an ordinance to look into POAs and HOAs and metro districts in the town, and how, what authorities they can have and see what we can do. But I don't think there's to a point where I can add conditions to this, because literally some future HOA executive board could immediately undo everything. So there's no way to, do you see what I'm saying? There's no way to add conditions regarding a POA. It's just not gonna work.
Mike, is that the case? If we
Yeah.
ask for certain conditions, like a laundry list of, okay, you can have bicycles out there, you can have a basketball hoop, you can do this, you can do that, normal family oriented activities and that kind of, and the equipment that goes along with it.
That's, yeah, but that's not really
Yeah, because
Or can they change it later?
So as Scott pointed out, the approval of the development agreement includes the approval of the covenants as drafted. Now I've never been involved in a situation where a municipality stepped in to prohibit an amendment to covenants that had previously been approved by the board. But it seems to me, so the development agreement runs with the land. It is a binding obligation even beyond this developer. That if a board for the Property Owners Association chose to make changes that rose to a level that the town was concerned enough about it, we could call them in default under the development agreement. So honing in if there are some specific things you would like to see modified as conditions of approval, I think does have some benefit if you're prepared to do that.
But you can't really, I guess the problem is, you could strike something from the POA governance docs and it could get added right back in, because once it's created, the executive board has authority to modify that in whatever way they see fit.
And again, what I'm saying is the document, the Property Owners Association covenants are approved by the town in the form presented. And that is a requirement of approval. And deviations from that could be deemed a violation of the development agreement. Now, I don't expect that our declarant will do that, but if 5 years down the road, a future board said, we want everything to be taupe colored, well, that is in fact would be a violation of what had been approved by the board, and the town could, through contract remedies, seek to undo that.
Could we ask that the developer put in the POA just I mean, it kind of goes to the spirit. I'm just trying to help. We ask that they put our vision statement in there, which would be a guiding, you don't know our vision statement by heart? Well, it could just be the guiding, a guiding kind of, and I'm just asking, I don't know if POAs have vision statements in there, but our vision statement in Minturn, and it says, in collaboration with our community, foster the authentic small town character that is Minturn, preserve Minturn's long-term viability, its unique character, and genuine mountain town community. So it just kind of is a guiding light for future POAs to kind of keep the spirit of Minturn in that POA rather than it becoming a generic anywhere. I mean, does that help a little bit?
Yeah, I'm just really confused because there's like the line that says, subject to applicable law, the executive board shall have full and absolute authority to adopt and enforce rules related to like nuisances and sightliness. But then you're saying they can't because it's in a current form?
No, I'm saying that if a future board of the Property Owners Association decided to make radical changes that were different than what had been approved today, the town could consider that a violation of the development agreement and seek to enforce it against the board.
Can I add to that?
Right.
Am I allowed to speak now?
Yes, please.
Section 10 of the PUD guide speaks specifically to the approval of this guide that govern, including the covenants and restrictions and all the things that are attached, are part of that approval. And if there was, if we needed to add that, as Dan pointed out to me, we could add that to section 1.2, the vision, if you wanted to. It does start off with Declarant desires to protect the desirability of the community, and it goes through some other things. So I think if we were going to add something, we could add to section 1.2.
Yeah, and I mean, your PUD guide speaks to that authentic character of Minturn and wanting to match. And so it just would match up the other documents. I don't know if it's helpful, but
And I don't know if it's legally possible, Mike, you would know.
You can put that.
If
you
you
can
could
put that in
have a part of it, we could add a provision that the declarations, I know they're subject to 2/3 vote, but can you add to that also subject to town approval or not?
Yeah, I've seen those a couple of times.
I don't know. If it
I
always
guess
was.
it's a question of how intertwined does the town want to be in the future governance of the owners association. I have seen that done. I've never seen it challenged. Maybe it could be challenged, but I have seen covenants that have provisions like that in it.
Sometimes it doesn't hurt to put it in.
What do you think, Brian?
Yeah,
I
that'd be
mean,
great. I mean,
we're okay with that if it gives you some peace of mind. We're not trying to do, I know what you're trying to prevent, and that's not what we're trying to do. So I can't speak for 10 years from now or whenever the next 2-3 buyers down the road, what they want to do, but I can tell you that's not our intent. So If it helps to add the vision or some other statement, I'm happy to do that. It's a condition.
Well, I like that idea. It doesn't hurt and
Wait, so Mike, just so I'm clear, you're saying we could add a provision that says the town has to buy off on whatever the POA decides they want to do?
Maybe what I would, maybe the way I would phrase this is that any modifications to the covenants that impose use restrictions must be previously approved by the town. In other words, there could be all kinds of harmless amendments to a declaration that an HOA wants to make that don't ratchet down on the freedom of the owners to, live in their community. It seems to me it's the use restrictions, if I've heard you correctly, Brian, that you're most concerned about.
I don't want to get misconstrued into thinking or misinterpreted into saying, oh, all Brian wants is basketball hoops and snowmobiles in driveways. And that's like not it at all. And I hope that I've been trying to make it clear that I think it sounds like I'm clear and you guys all get it and you're hopefully understanding it. That just, I care about, like Minturn became Minturn because there were no HOAs and POAs in general, there's some multifamily housing, etc. I'm not sure that the best way to infill Minturn is to create a bunch of pockets of developments of HOAs and POAs. And I think hopefully we'll maybe consider that more in the future for other projects.
that said, putting in the clause at least gives a vision in front of the homeowners. And that may be the best way that we could possibly affect their views on their neighborhood.
Yeah.
So if that works for the board, I would say, thank you, Rick, do that. Is the board okay with that?
I'm okay with that.
I would like that.
I think that would be in a motion, you would include as a condition, the insertion of that language.
I'm sorry, to make sure that I'm clear. So the insertion of the vision statement, did that also include the insertion of the limitation of covenants? Imposing restrictions? Mike,
I think that was the changes had to come to the town.
right.
I wrote it down verbatim, if you would like me to repeat that.
I think it's up to council. if
Any
that's-
modifications to covenants imposing restrictions must be previously approved by the town, is what I wrote.
And I wrote imposing additional use restrictions shall be reviewed and approved by the town.
If
Similar.
if the council deems that an appropriate addition.
Yeah, I mean, I would support that.
If at a future date, we decide we hate that they're coming before the town, like every every month with a ask, can we strike it? I mean, we can, this could be bad. I mean, this could be a nightmare.
2/3 of people agree on
And I will tell you, I mean, I don't represent a lot of HOAs. I represent a few. The cost of covenant amendments. Residents of HOAs hate spending money on lawyers, so they actually infrequently amend their covenants.
Okay. All right, that's good.
Only when it's really necessary.
Forget about that one.
Yeah.
Okay, is it, and what other conditions do we have for resolution 31?
So just to clarify, it'll say in collaboration with our community, foster authentic small town character that is Minturn, preserve Minturn's long-term viability, unique character, and genuine mountain town community.
I think that's perfect.
Okay.
That work okay with you, Rick?
Yes.
So the resolution has one condition already, which is compliance with Jeff Spinell's November 14th letter. and then additional conditions as the council may choose to adopt.
Which so far is the inclusion of the vision statement in section 2.1.
Yes.
1.2.
1.2. I'm dyslexic, sorry.
Okay,
I think I would still support the inclusion of use restrictions coming before town.
Oh, okay. Sure.
you're talking about,
What Scott read.
okay, so that's gonna be. Michelle, we want to chime in on your impression of what, as far as dealing with that administratively, how burdensome is that gonna be?
Well, we've never done it before, so I couldn't say. But in the event that it becomes too cumbersome, it sounds like we could address it at a future date and eliminate it. I could come to you all saying this is above and beyond what your staff's capable of addressing bandwidth wise.
It just seems so unwieldy.
It just gives us a little bit extra if it turns into Eagle Vale or, I mean, I don't even know, whatever the examples you said.
I don't see it happening. I think it's mostly a deterrent. Sounds like. So, I think we're creating the best version we possibly can of the structure.
That's this whole project.
And which it's like you just keep sighing. You're like, yeah, and Yeah.
Where are we at? Do we have a thumbs up on this or? I would be a thumbs down on it.
And what are you talking about?
I'm talking about the use restriction activity, which would be.
Oh, okay. I
Coming
thought
to
you
the
were talking
town.
about approving
Oh,
resolution
no.
31.
No.
Sorry.
I'm talking about whether we include the condition in case.
I'm thumbs up on it. Sure, why not? We can always change it.
And I can read Scott's verbiage again, if that's helpful.
Well, why don't somebody make a motion and we'll walk through the conditions you want to apply.
Okay, let's have a motion. We'll deal with it from there.
Okay, I can make a motion to approve ordinance 15, series 23.
Resolution 31.
Oh, darn it. I thought I was on the right one.
I can't even find it.
So much.
Page 149.
I think my ship has sailed. Let's see it. Somebody else can read it.
If you have it in front of you, why don't you just read the
I
resolution?
can do it here. I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 31, series 2023. A resolution authorizing the mayor of the town of Minturn to sign the planned unit development agreement for Minturn North planned unit development. And with conditions, and we're going to be working through them.
Okay. You want,
I know one condition is being in compliance with Jeff's engineering. I guess the updates that was submitted November 14th.
And another proposed condition was the inclusion of the vision statement
Yes.
the
into
midterm.
the declaration of covenants. And
So
then
I can add that one, a condition of including the Minturn vision statement in the covenants.
that's,
One
okay,
point
so
two.
that's two conditions
Okay.
now. And
Okay,
the
now
third
Third condition. to
Condition
include
would be,
the-
I'm sorry,
no,
go ahead,
whatever.
Kate, yeah.
Sorry.
Any modifications to the covenants that impose additional use restrictions shall be reviewed and approved by the town council.
That one. Do you want me to say that?
No,
I'll,
we
I'll-
said-
I'll make the motion with the three conditions
Three
that we had spoke
Okay.
about.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion by Gusty. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Tom.
All right.
Welcome. Yeah, unless you knew hand signs, we'd have to, yeah. Okay, so we have a motion by Gussie, a second by Tom. Roll call, please.
Terry, I.
Brian, I.
Dusty, I.
Earl, I.
Tom, I.
All right. All right, we have resolution 31 passed. And
Sure. I would recommend we take a
That's a great idea.
recess.
That's nice.
5-minute recess.
We're gonna be recessed for a while. Okay, we are returned from recess. Next item on the agenda is one of my favorites, ordinance number 18, series 2023, second reading, an ordinance approving the dissolution of the Town of Minturn General Improvement District. And with that, I don't think we even need to have staff present this unless they really want to. This is the General Improvement District from the old Battle Mountain agreements that are no longer valid. And it will save our clerk a lot of time. It will save us aggravation for about 10 minutes and every year. So with that, is there any questions or comments on the GID?
No.
With that, I'll open it up for public hearing. Hearing none, close public hearing. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve Town of Minturn, Colorado ordinance number 18, series 2023, an ordinance of the Town of Minturn, Colorado approving the dissolution of the Town of Minturn General Improvement District.
Second.
Motion by Kate, second by Brian.
Terry, I.
Brian, I.
Yeah.
Dusty, I.
Earl, I.
Tom, I.
All right, it's gone. Next, we have ordinance number 19, series 2023, second reading, an ordinance amending the Minturn Municipal Code to allow for hand shoveling of snow sidewalk to a town-owned street between the hours of 4 a.m. and 7 a.m. You want to chime in?
Only just to say thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is second reading. There was one change that was added in at the request of public comment to allow for residential depositing of snow in the community garden lot. So that has been added as a subsection 5 of that piece of the code.
Okay. So in case anybody happens to stream this later, want to emphasize that this will allow you from 4 a.m. to 7 a.m. to shovel your snow off your sidewalk and into the road, and that gives but after that it's not allowed, and because the public works we're trying to prevent public works from having to go by and make 2 passes because somebody's throwing snow out after they've already plowed. So with that, I'll entertain a motion.
Do public comment.
Public comment on the snow shoveling issue. Ordinance number 19.
Jay, there is a question under Q&A. Is that just Tom's?
No, and that was not turned off when the thing was set up. It was Bill Hoblitz. So thanks, Rick. That was helpful. I appreciate the clarification. So it was a comment, just a stupid thing. Yeah. So
Close public hearing. Motion.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 19, series 2023, second reading, and ordinance amending the Minturn Municipal Code to allow for hand shoveling of snow from the sidewalk to a town-owned street, or adding the community gardens lot between, right? Between the hours of 4 a.m. and 7 a.m.
Second.
Okay, we have a second.
I'll second it.
Motion by Terry, second by Gussie. Roll call.
Terry, I.
Brian, I.
Dusty, I.
Earl, I.
Tom, I.
Right.
Tom, I.
Thank you. Resolution 32, series 2023, a resolution approving the Belden Place Settlement Agreement.
To make note for the record, Terry has recused herself.
Okay, yeah, that's good enough.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As the council is aware, there has been ongoing litigation involving Belden Place development going on about 1.5 years now. That litigation stemmed from a disputed interpretation of whether the town conducted a public hearing on a request for additional taps to be allocated to the Belden Place PUD back in 2022. The parties have filed various motions with the court. The town has obtained some relief to its benefit, but it is undeniable that the litigation remains and that additional work would definitely need to be done to carry this litigation forward. The time has also allowed us to have discussions with the owner of the PUD about whether there were some mutually acceptable terms that could form the basis of a settlement. And what we're here to present today, I think, represents something that is acceptable to the developer. I believe it's acceptable to staff. It has been reviewed by our CIRSA representative, town attorney Nick Poppy. The elements of the settlement are kind of similar to Battle Mountain in that we're not settling as of the day of the agreement is signed. Rather, we're putting in place a process by which certain approvals could or could not be granted. Specifically that the Belden would have the opportunity to file an application to be heard by this council to have 16 SFEs of water service that have been determined unneeded by the Minturn North development allocated to the Belden Place development. That application would be submitted within 60 days of signature of the settlement agreement. There would be information about water usage and impacts to the town water system that I would expect to be part of that application. And then it would result in this council conducting a hearing on it. And you would take evidence and make a decision and could approve it or not approve it. I think simultaneously with the application for the SFEs would be an application to amend the PUD to make a few minor modifications, specifically replacing a triplex lot with a single family lot that allows for an ADU, and an application to amend the subdivision improvements agreement such that just to get the language consistent between updated documents. There had been, as part of the previous approval request by the developer, a contribution to drainage improvements that the town would make. This settlement contemplates that if it is brought to full conclusion and the proposed hearings result in approvals for the landowner, that contribution would go away. And that was $124,000. Thank you.
Drainage improvements would still be made at just at the cost of the developer.
That, yes, and that's a good question. The drainage improvements, there are two drainage opportunities for this property. One is they can develop some on-site detention, but that on-site detention, the only place it can go is on lots they want to build on. And so the other option is to get approval to pipe the drainage water under Highway 24 to the Boneyard Preserve, all underground, and then it would daylight actually on Forest Service property for discharge into the river. And under this settlement agreement, the town does agree to cooperate in pursuing various approvals with the landowner to achieve that second drainage option. I don't think it's in the town's best interest to have drainage detention ponds in lieu of
No,
lots. that
no, I
could
just
be
wanted to make
developed.
sure that a drainage solution was still part
Yes,
of this. It
that
just wouldn't
is.
No longer be at the town's expense.
That's correct. Yes. Perhaps a too long-winded of an answer to a simple question.
That's great.
We do have a representative of the landowner here, Brian Bevan, who is attorney for Belden Place, is present. He's available to answer any questions you may have related to the applicant. We did receive public comment earlier. I am embarrassed that Jeff Armistead did send me an email. Michelle showed me, I was copied on it. That I didn't get responded to, and we will take care of analyzing that and providing him with a written response in a few days. But I'm not prepared to make a conclusive statement as to what rights or opportunities Jeff has for his development at this time. So. Mr. Mayor, again, if there are questions for me, if there are questions for the applicant's attorney, we would be happy to answer them.
Do we have questions for Brian or Mike from the board? I guess it appears to me that this is exactly what we had discussed in our executive session. Nothing has changed.
When we went into executive session for you to give direction to your negotiators, these are the points that we had discussed.
Okay, if there's no more questions, I'll open it up for, no, this is a resolution.
Is there? I know you will answer the public comment in a couple of days. Is there the possibility that whatever happens with that and this are in conflict?
I don't think they're in conflict. I mean, I guess there is a possibility that you receive 2 applications for the same 16 taps and you've got to make a decision as a council.
And would that affect?
It would affect the implementability.
Because this
of
lays out the
this.
process, right? So then if later we determine there is potentially this thing happening, there's the process can be addressed later. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, this does not guarantee a specific outcome. It creates a process whereby approvals could be granted.
Thank you.
And again, it is, I mean, one outcome of that process would be approvals that would allow for the culmination of this settlement.
Yeah, okay.
Anything else? Okay, I'll open up the public hearing. No, there's a resolution. Yeah.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 32, series 2023. A resolution authorizing the mayor of the town of Minturn to sign a settlement agreement between Miners Base Camp LLC and the town of Minturn to resolve pending litigation.
Second.
Motion by Gusty, second by Kate. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, moving on.
With your permission. Mr. Mayor, I don't think there's additional legal items on the agenda.
No, I'll talk with Mike in the morning.
Get Terry.
You get Terry back.
Terry. Just yell.
See you later.
Family never would walk to the other room to talk to somebody.
There you go. Big Mike.
She didn't like being beckoned.
Okay, Mike, drive careful.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, next we have ordinance number 20, series 2023, an ordinance creating a supplemental appropriation to the 2023 town of Minturn budget. Jay, do you want to come down here?
I told him to stay upstairs.
Okay.
It's to see you.
You too. Okay, this is the first reading.
Go ahead, Jay.
Okay,
And this is the supplemental appropriations. you want to go ahead and,
Yep.
talk?
Essentially what this is we do this every year. When we overspend a line item, we supplementally appropriate at the end of the year. This is an example. You can see the attachment A shows what was supplementally appropriated. We do not unappropriate money. We just supplement to other ones. So if our sales tax, for example, is higher, I don't normally, or if I have to unsupplement money, I don't do that. So we just add the new amount that's either brought in or expended. And so we still will balance the budget.
Okay.
If anybody has any questions on those items, I can answer those.
Jay, is it safe for me to point out that all of the supplemental revenues outweigh all of the supplemental expenditures except for the market fund, which is pretty traditionally accurate?
That's correct. I will point out the market fund is using some of their carry forward, their reserve, the carry forward the savings. They did some capital purchases this summer.
And just so you all see this, I think that market fund expense is indicative of some things we're needing to address with the market. I mean, the market has, was the original market to Eagle County. It's an amazing market. It has been more and more difficult to get unique and creative vendors, which is a reason that people want to come, is because of the diversity in products that you can purchase, and it's about creating place. And so to create place, Cindy had to, spend quite a bit of money this last year for the kids zone and musicians and face painters and all those things. And then to bring in the diversity of vendor products that she was looking for, she had to offer a lot of booths for free or at discounted costs. So, Cindy and I are talking a lot in this off season about where's the market at and how does it potentially maintain viability moving forward.
I think it's great. I think you both have done such a great job. And I caught things pop up on my Facebook feed, and there's been some criticisms of Vail market, and I'm sure you guys have seen those. I love it. Like, you're working to keep Minturn unique, Minturn market unique to Minturn. I think it's you're hitting the mark.
So
Does the sales tax generated cover costs?
in the past, we did survey work that showed sales tax, and Jay actually did quite a bit of work to show that sales tax revenue brought in from the vendors for the market equaled the 6th largest business in town. So that was for when it was a 13 week market. So at 13 days out of the year, 6th largest revenue generator in town, sales tax business wise. I would guess it's come down because our number of vendors has come down, and we will not continue to have the supplemental funds in the market reserve to cover the costs we continue to have. And so we're going to have to get more and more creative, and we're going to have more and more discussions about what the market looks like moving forward and how it might be funded. Cindy continues to work really hard on sponsorships, which, helps cover that, but it's tough to come by. So some big conversations coming up in the future about how do we make the market sustainable? How do we make the market continue moving forward in the, kind of concept of Terry saying with, Minturn style? Those are conversations we'll all have to keep having. And we're lucky that there's a vision committee created right now to help in those efforts, but it's going to become a bigger conversation because funding will become involved.
I will point out also that if the market creates a deficit in itself, that it is backfilled by the general fund. And in the beginning years and a number of years, we actually did that intentionally to support the market. It's a very important program to the town.
And before we would do that again, so we haven't had to do that at least since 2009, since I've been here. I would want to come to the council and make sure that that was in line with the council's goals.
So I have two questions for Jay. One is the mosquito thing at Malloy Park. That used to be run through the community fund with John Weiderman. Who administers that now? Do we?
Actually, it's my understanding it was always run through the town, Jay. Yeah, I never knew it was run through the community fund. Jay's always, managed all of that from his office. And we still continue to have a hand in that, even though it's school district property. I'm trying to keep Jay from not talking about this. It's a pretty tough topic for Jay. We have actually done more and more mosquito mitigation as time has gone on. It remains out there.
Yes.
So at a certain point, you become concerned about environmental hazards going the other way.
Yeah.
I mean, but in full respect to the residents that live out there, I did some hiking out there early this last spring and I was running for cover. I mean, it's guerrilla warfare out there at times. But so the town contributes, Jay, $4,000. Is that correct every year?
It's closer to, I believe it's closer to 40, it's closer to 5,000 this year. I can't remember.
Okay, and the school district contributes how much?
The school district, so the contract is about $5,000. The school district contributes 50% of it.
Okay.
And the school, and then what we spray is the reason we started it is because of the use out at the school and the use at the water plant. And then we threw in the Minturn Fitness Center. And then this last year, it did get a little out of control. I've discussed it with the school district. They want to rope it back into the school and the fitness center and us.
In locations of where it's sprayed.
I'm sorry?
Are you talking locations of where it's sprayed?
Yes. And then they're going to do some spraying we've talked about up at the bike park. The bike park doesn't need it as much because it's more of the state bird of Louisiana is the mosquito because it's a swamp.
We're not doing mosquito mitigation at the bike park. We're going to be doing noxious weed mitigation at the bike park. Yeah.
And that'll fall under our maintenance.
Mhm.
Yes.
I just wonder if that then would be considered part of contributing to MFC bottom line. I mean, we are. I wonder, well, because
I'm not aware that MFC is given in the last few years. Yeah, Jay is shaking his head no.
I'm just wondering if that counts towards our donate, our bottom line towards MFC.
It's an argument to be made.
Sure, because we're definitely, providing a better place for athletes to work out outside. Okay, that's what I was wondering. My other question is the woodland fire fees. I don't know if that's included in here though.
Which one?
Woodland fire fees. Is that on here?
Wildland?
Oh, wildland fires. That is a budget item that we do. The fire department gets several $1,000s. I think it's about $8,000 a year to do wildland fire. And another thing that's budgeted is that front range ranger program, that kind of thing. Those are separate budget items.
But they're all under the fees, dues, and trainings
Okay, so that's not in here. Okay.
category.
0101 5235.
For second reading, can you make it 2023 budget?
I apologize for that. Thank you for catching that.
Got a couple of questions too. I was looking underneath the equipment replacement and stuff. Did we did not make the cut on the message board and maybe a new blade for the loader? I know we talked about message boards earlier in the year.
I believe the message board made the cut.
The
Okay.
ma-
Jay, we had $19,000 for the messaging board, is that
The
I
correct?
didn't see that one in there, so.
The trailer message board did, the
Yes.
the Las Vegas board did not.
Well,
is the
we
way
don't have to call it
phrased
that. He, yeah,
How about a blade for the loader?
The blade for the loader would be the one that we got previously was about 35, that with the bending wings
Yeah.
and things,
Yeah,
that's
that's a lot.
$40,000 piece.
that
Yep.
did not make the cut.
Okay. I keep pushing for that because I really think it's beneficial. I mean,
And
if you
so-
want two loaders side by side, it's twice the amount of snow.
Right.
And so the budget is, of course, at the discretion of the council. So if a new blade is $40,000 and you would all like to take $40,000 out of something else to get a new blade, you have the ability to do that right now.
Something,
Arnold, is this
something to
separate
ponder for a minute is the
From the
blade
first
on the loader.
this year's budget?
We have this giant blade on the loader and it does an amazing job. We have the same similar blade on one of the trucks also. So it gets into the smaller roads. So we don't have two for the loaders plural, but we do have multiple blades that do the same function.
Yeah, the truck blade only does about a quarter of what the loader blade does though.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But it also can go down the narrower roads like.
Yeah,
Parks and
it
Boulders.
has its place.
Yeah.
So is the first ordinance is just
So we're just.
amending,
this current
That's right.
ordinance
so
is
we could just
this
do
year.
that and then move on to
That's right.
budget stuff.
We're
Right.
talking about.
Oh, we are, you're right.
But you're all getting into the mood of combining everything now, so.
Just like this one, so I feel good about
Okay,
something.
so yeah,
If the way that was run was so great to be,
Yes.
it was organized.
It was.
Let's keep that.
okay, shall we knock out the ordinance number 20?
Need a public hearing.
Public hearing.
It's open it for public hearing. Any input?
There's no one in the audience with their hand up.
Close the public hearing. Motion?
We have to read the whole thing.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 20, series 2023
don't
first
think so.
reading.
I'll second.
Motion by Terry, second by Kate. Roll call, please.
Terry, I.
Brian, I.
Did I?
Dusty eye.
Earl, I.
Tom, I.
All right, Tom. Ordinance 21, series 2023, first reading, an ordinance setting the 2024 general property tax mill levy for the town of Minturn. Okay, Jay?
I will point out that if any of them, I mean, they'll all change somewhat at second reading. Supplemental appropriation, I'll come back through and make sure I've got everything covered. This one, I'm at a loss. It is, there's a special session, as Earl alluded to earlier in the meeting. They will discuss how the assessed values will be calculated. At this point, that's limited to the mill levies, the assessed value calculation. They're looking at some school lunch program funding, and they've got a bucket of about $200 million that was originally appropriated for HH. That 200 million is still on the table. The governor's left it there. The session starts Friday morning at 9 o'clock, and it is anticipated to end before Thanksgiving, so by Wednesday evening. At that point, they won't address our mill levy or anything like that, but they could come back through and say anything, including we're going to use the 2020 assessed value instead of the 2022, 23 assessed value. It could be, a cut on that. It could be anything. There's a lot of things open. At this point, they have not said anything about changing the dates of due when our mill levy is due to the county by the 15th, so it can be appropriated at the county level. So this one, I will have more to say probably at the next meeting because this session will be over, but I'm anticipating this will probably, our revenue will go down several points. Just because they'll change the way they're assessing the value. I will point out also, though, that the number that I used in the budget is the modified assessed value that they were going to use with HH. I never changed that because I just don't have enough information to change it. So it won't go up above what it is, but it could go a little bit lower.
Okay. Any more questions for Jay? You have a motion?
Public hearing.
Hmm?
Public hearing.
Well, I thought I did it already. Open for public hearing,
And no one is online.
closed public hearing. Any more questions?
I think it's just important to note, like for anybody who's going back to watch this, that they should go through some of the documents that are accompanying this and look at how much these property taxes bring into Minturn and what percentage of the overall property taxes come to Minturn as part of our mill levy, and just kind of familiarize yourself with that, because it's not like the town via the property tax increases is getting some enormous windfall. That's really not how it's working.
It's about 25%.
And to dovetail off of that, if anybody has any questions, public or otherwise, give me a call. The public can call, come in and look at it, whatever we need to do.
Thank you, Jay. Getting cold out there? Any further comments or questions for Jay?
Make a motion to approve ordinance 21 series 2023, an ordinance levying general property taxes for the year 2024 to meet general operating costs of the government for the town of Minturn, Colorado for the 2024 budget year.
Second.
Okay.
Okay, motion by Kate, second by Brian. Roll call, please.
Terry, I.
Brian, I.
SDI.
Earl, aye.
Tom, I.
Ordinance number 22, series 2023, first reading, and ordinance adopting the fee schedules for the fiscal year 2024 for the town of Minturn.
The fee schedule is attached to the ordinance as it stands now. If you notice on the far right-hand side, it says 2024 changes. Only those, there's a couple of strikeouts or things like that, but only those lines on the right-hand side will actually change in the income side.
And if I can just point out that home business license and in-home license fee are struck out. The home business license will remain in place. It's the $120 fee that will not. It's being changed to $75. So we will continue to have home business license.
Right.
fees.
They'll
Can
just-
I clarify, do we require VRBOs to have a separate business license, or do they just have a VRBO license?
We have short-term rental licensures
Yes.
that are required. You have to have an inspection confirming the number of bedrooms that you are allowed to advertise and confirming adequate parking.
And that's annual.
Do they have a separate business license?
No, the short-term rental license is the only license that they have, and we're changing that license procedure or that license fee this year to a per bedroom amount.
Yes.
Jay, I'm not seeing where that is.
So-
Okay.
I got it. It's $300 per bedroom.
Yes,
Okay.
Right.
and they get inspected annually. So that's to be better in line with the impact that the short-term rental places on the residential neighborhood. And then in the theory is that all the other towns are using is the number of bedrooms, it directly equates to the impact received. More bedrooms, more impact.
Then the lodging tax, or what's the change on that?
We are not changing the lodging tax. The lodging tax is approved by the voters.
No.
And so
Similar.
that is not going to a vote, it's remaining the same.
Okay.
And then I just did have a question on the Little Beach. The impact. It was a community fund built project, so it was meant to be for the community. But I wonder about impact to Public Works and if we're adequately charging enough fees for Little Beach Park for each event. So if there's a wedding or a memorial.
Terry, what page is that on?
It's on page
Um,
508.
508.
508.
And we did have some questions this year because the community fund uses it for concerts every week. But we put banners up and wedding people wanted banners to come down.
They sure do.
And
But it's not just the wedding people, it's folks that are doing memorial services.
Yes, yeah.
It's multiple user groups, let's
Yeah.
put it that way. Cindy did, I was just looking for it because Cindy did look like she was going to be increasing the fees, but on here, I see the 2023 fees and the 2024 fees look to be exactly the same.
Yeah.
Although it's
So,
listed as revised. so
Jay, I questioned this because Cindy specifically wanted to increase the fees.
I sat with Cindy the day before or so that I wrote this up. And we went line by line through. I will still double check with her though.
I can confirm with all of you that this will be coming back with a different fee because Cindy specifically asked me if we could increase the fees because it is taking more time on Public Works staff and on her to address a lot of the things that are going on.
I mean, that's pretty cheap.
A lot to deal with trash.
It's pretty cheap.
Well, the goal was to keep Minturn residents and the nonprofits to remain pretty low. I think she wanted to address the non-resident fee primarily was the goal there.
I think, so, I mean, sometimes if it's a Minturn resident, I mean, the town has the,
We waive a lot of the fees.
that's what I was gonna say.
I mean, I'll just throw it out there,
Yes, yeah.
especially when it's a memorial or,
Yeah.
it's-
I think that's the spirit of it.
Yeah.
But if it's yeah, there's lots of events out there.
which, in 2010, the council charged tasked staff with more utilization of that facility, which is when Terry started up the concert series and, things really, I thought, got going out there. So it's great to see, more of the events taking off and as improvements are made to the park with some of those escrow funds that we have remaining, hopefully that will continue in that spirit of community gathering space.
Right. I mean, but Public Works does, like, for example, I put out the recycle bins. Now we have recycle bins there, but, when I put them out there, the Public Works would pick them up and take them to recycle them. So there is a impact. I mean, most of the time it's really clean.
Oh, yeah, it definitely requires labor.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so we'll just have that next time.
You should look for those Little Beach Park numbers to change on second reading. Cindy and I have been discussing this since like June. So.
Okay.
I did have a heart attack on the water rates. Fortunately, I finally noticed that I was looking at the unmetered water rates. Because I had the base rate at $330.
So staff, another goal for staff is to bring water loss down consistently to under 20%. We continue to strive toward that end. One of the issues that we have had is there is little impetus for folks that don't have working meters to get it fixed. And so when our unmetered rate was only 1.5 times the regular rate, it wasn't really driving anybody to get something fixed. And it really is so unfortunate that we can't just get the cooperation from, and this is to say we get cooperation from a large percentage of our residents, and we're very thankful. But for those folks that just aren't motivated by anything other than when it costs them money. That's what this is.
I think that's appropriate. Okay, anything else on the fees? Ready for public hearing? Oh,
Any questions?
Nobody?
Nope.
Public hearing? Any further questions? Motion?
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 22, series 2023, an ordinance annually setting, amending and approving town fees as set forth in the following attachment to be included in Appendix A of the Minturn Municipal Code for the town of Minturn, fees commencing January 1st, 2024.
I'll second that.
Motion by Gusty, second by Terry, roll call.
Oh, Terry, I.
Brian, I.
Did I?
Gusty, aye.
Earl, I.
Tom, I.
Right on.
Tom, I.
Thank you. Next, ordinance 23, series 2023, first reading, an ordinance adopting the fiscal year 2024 annual budget and recognizing the town of Minturn's 2024 revenues and expenses by fund.
Okay, if you notice this, as you get down to the table portion of it, it shows the beginning balances that we appropriate it, and then it does the revenue and the expenses for each fund. That is based on the most recent rendition. At one point, Gusty had asked, when do we update the budget? I update it almost continuously as things change, but I don't put out a brand new budget every day or week. We'll get a finalized budget at the end of this, after December, when we pass it, after December 6th or so. And then, but you can see that this is basically the revenue and expenses that are on each page at the end of it, at the end of each fund. And then the overall savings and cash balances that we have for beginning fund balances.
Where are we at with the 145? Do we approve that?
The 147,000
Yeah.
supplemented by the general fund.
Mhm.
So that is still in here. So
Okay.
as of right now, there is $147,000 billed to the general fund that was taken out of the enterprise fund for labor. Essentially, I gave the enterprise fund $147,000 of free labor and left it for all of you to determine if that was something that you all wanted to do in lieu of having to raise water rates by 12.5%, Jay?
At least, yeah.
Yeah, 12.5%.
Still lists that 30% of your budget comes out of, or your salary comes out of there on page.
Yeah, that didn't get
That
updated.
didn't get updated, okay.
Page didn't,
I
but the
took-
numbers, the appropriations did.
Yeah, I took 100% of my labor out,
Okay, I
which,
thought you said that, I just
Yeah.
noticed it there.
and just to repeat, I easily spend 50% of my time
Oh, I know.
in water, but I felt like what I heard was council's resistance to raising water rates, and I was trying to listen and respond, and this is one way that we were able to do that.
Honestly, I'm just in favor of it doing it this year and then seeing how it pans out, because we're gonna be getting some tap fees in next year that'll help give a shot in the arm of the water fund. I don't know, just my feeling. I'd be in favor of leaving it that way for this year and see how it
I'm in,
rides out.
I'm in favor of having our rate structure support the operation of our utility. And I don't believe that an influx of tap fees or whatever is really,
Oh, it makes a difference.
I understand it makes a difference, but it's bad business to rely on that for operations.
And one thing you might want to do is look at what other rates are, what other people's paying in the area. We're paying more than anybody, even probably half, 3/4, I'm guessing we're in the top 3 of the state for rates.
Tap fees go to capital improvements. I don't know that we can deal with water rates with any of that money.
But once they pay the tap fees, they're starting to pay their monthly rate.
Right.
And you could make an argument that a lot of these costs of, consultants and lawyers and things are related to capital improvements.
Yeah.
And it's hopefully, you know, like they'll,
Like our big $240,000 one that we gotta do to evaluate the wells. That
right.
could be out of capital
So
improvement.
this is a one-time shot in the arm, or maybe two-time, and hopefully those are short-term expenses as well, and we're not gonna project to spend the exact same in lawyers and consultants into perpetuity.
You know, I have a unique perspective on this because I think I was here in 2016 and then subsequently when we developed the water CIP, and I heard resident after resident after resident get up and say, you know, in response to an interconnect and in response to us updating our water system and say, I will pay more for this, for water. I
See, and I don't remember.
I don't
that.
want to be,
Honestly, I was in every one of those meetings and I remember saying growth was gonna pay for it. And that's when we were banking on having Battle Mountain coming online and then paying for it. And that's what I remember. I don't remember anybody raising their hand. If it did, I'd like to go back to the records and see who it is, because I don't remember seeing that.
well, I mean, I have notes of what people said and I would
I'd love
share
to
them
know
with
who
you.
it is.
I don't want to, there were several people. But I can share those with you, Gussie. But no, they were in respect to, keeping our own water system and investing in our own water system. It wasn't, it was actually saying, I don't want Battle Mountain. They were actually not saying, let's, you know, let's let Battle Mountain play and we can update our water system. It was in respect to the interconnect and saying, I don't want an interconnect. I don't want this. You know, I want to drink Holy Cross water and I will pay more for it. So, I mean, that's just my perspective. And I know you don't have that same perspective because
I see a lot of people in town and all I do is hear about how high their rates are. You know, and they're smart. They look, they ask Gypsum, they ask Eagle, they ask Red Cliff. And we are higher than anybody else. And it makes me wonder, are we doing our things right? And
Well, I
economies
agree
of
with
scale,
Terry that
Right.
we could hardly find anybody that wouldn't say we'll pay for it. We were talking, and I was telling them $300 a month, probably, maybe even more. And they didn't want to consider anything but doing it.
that was all with the came to every one of those meetings. That was all when the
And the interconnect.
on the interconnect. Yeah, nobody wanted the interconnect, and I know why I didn't want the interconnect. And I made a statement on there, and I see what would happen if we did go with the interconnect. That would be our primary water source. Then we
Right.
would not have
Oh, yeah,
this,
yeah.
our Minturn water source because it's not updated. How do we pay our staff at all if we're basically paying everything to the district for the interconnect water?
That's
and
why
that-
we voted it down.
Yeah, and I just made that like perfectly clear, you know, that was my main reason. The second reason was downtown was gonna get the interconnect water and then the
Yeah.
development was gonna get the Cross Creek water, and I didn't feel that was right neither, so. But I don't know, I feel that we can work with what we got, but I mean, we're paying, if we, I'd fast just a few times. How much have we increased over the past, say, 5-6 years? I think the biggest increase is when we went to zero base billing. Because we used to get like, it was 10, then it went down to 8, then it went down to 6,
Right.
and then it went to 0. You're paying for every 1,000.
Mhm.
And that was a big hit. I mean, that was almost, everybody's rates almost doubled. And I keep hearing all the time, well, they were artificially lower for a long time, and they were. And the reason being is because everybody was banking on getting the water plant that was in the settlement agreement, and that never did come through. But we've made up for it significantly in the last 5 years with what we've been charging. I mean, we're charging a lot. Last year was, I think it was 23% increase. That was a pretty good hit. And if do another 12, that's 25% in 2 years.
I'm not saying I enjoy paying more. I just think if our obligation as a town is to operate our
We have
utility.
had a lot of expenses this year though, Kate, that we normally never have.
I know, but you address your operations through base rates. You don't address your operations through an influx of.
And I'm not
What he's saying
saying,
is our operations aren't, it's not operations, it's other things. Like, have our base operations changed by?
Well, when that consultant guy was here and he put up the chart, he was basically like, you're operating in a deficit.
Honestly,
He's just looking at
we
the overall
blew
budget.
money paying that guy.
He was looking only at water. He was looking at our water
He was just
utility.
looking at water.
And he basically said, you are operating in a deficit. To not do that, you need to raise your rates 12.5%.
I think we screwed up paying, and he didn't even know how much we were getting for inflow coming into we're gonna have 40 taps with Minturn North. That's 40 more rate users. He never had that put in his calculations. His data was skewed.
Well, that money is still, we're 3 years out before we start getting, revenue from the build Minturn North. Talking about as far as water rate.
Well, if they're fully built out, but usually when you pay the water rate or your water tap, you're paying the rate from then on. You're paying for your water, that you paid the tap, now you gotta be paying your monthly use, so they're paying the base rate.
Well, I definitely think we're running our water system the best we can and as frugally as we can. I mean, this town, we don't have a dedicated, we have we have a consultant, John Volk. So we don't have a person on staff who is a water expert. I mean, our water expert is a consultant. Our public works is running our water enterprise. So I'm not really seeing where we can cut any corners with what it costs, because it is what it costs. I think
Some
we are.
things I see is we buy 50% of the equipment out of the enterprise fund. A lot of the equipment don't get used.
I
mean,
just wanted
for
to
water
finish
fund, but
my-
The enterprise fund pays for it. The other thing is this building was paid for a percentage out of the general fund and the enterprise fund. Now the building's paid off, all the rent's going back to the general fund. None of it's going back into the enterprise fund, when the enterprise fund paying a percentage of it. There's a lot of things we could do in-house. That's what I'm trying to point out.
So it's kind of a basic problem we had. We relied on the Battle Mountain people to do this for us. And when we finally decided, screw this is not happening, we're going to do it on our own, we knew it was going to be expensive. But what we have to do is we can't go backwards. We need to be conservative with how we spend the money, and we need to be conservative with making sure that we can afford what we're going to do. And this is something we should look at every year. And I feel that that because of this little strangeness with the fact that we spent so much money on consultants and legal, that's where the 12.5% went. And I'm not sure about how much we're going to spend. Certainly hoping we'll cut that in half.
Michelle, do you remember what?
What?
When was that meeting with the water people?
Holland and Hart all year long.
Weeks ago with Nate,
Okay.
I believe,
So,
maybe 3.
so I wouldn't be opposed to putting the 147 in there to give us a break this year, because it's this one-time thing. And I agree with Gusty on that. And hopefully that'll be beyond half of the expense next year as far as consultants and so forth.
But
You think, Michelle?
I just wanted to finish what I was going to say too, because I didn't get to finish, but we did a very public process of determining that we needed to take a serious deep dive at our water system. And I feel like we are doing that. To say that we're just spending the money, I think we were very transparent with the public and the public, basically directed us to do this deep dive. It's not that, I know that this is a unique situation that we're having to spend all this money, but this was a public process and it was very transparent that we needed to do this.
And I agree, but I was sold the growth was gonna be paying for this, and then it was gonna start going down. We just keep going up every year. I mean,
I don't think so. I think that infill, it was actually not contemplated to have Battle Mountain at all.
I still remember looking at the 2019 CIP that's outdated, and it showed like 3 years going up, and then after that, rates starting to go down.
So Battle Mountain was not included and the town did not, the public didn't want Battle Mountain to be included and the town did not want Battle Mountain to be included. So it was only infill growth that was going to be contemplated, which really is the school district and obviously now Minturn North and a couple other infill projects. Wasn't going to be this.
Yeah, we're talking about a total of 450 over a 10-year time. And when you get to, and it's true, I mean, we went through and really had a good plan. Inflation screwed that up. We were looking at 19 million to do just about a lot, everything, but maybe fixing a lot of the distribution system. And okay, prices went up and it was not affordable. So now we're looking at other options and we're going to do the best we can, but we cannot in any way. Another reason we're in the big fix is because, yeah, we went down when you have a water system with 1,000 users, 1,200 users, whatever, it's just going to be expensive. Like I said, I've always thought that we were crazy to have our own water system. Well, it's we're in it now, so there's nothing else we can do. But if we're going to do it, which we have to, we've got to make sure that we have we got to build our reserves back up, because if we have been building our reserves well during the first, and well, it was the reason was Battle Mountain was going to cover it, but now that we're on our own, we have to make sure we build the reserves, because when it comes over time, when we need to do this same work in 40, 50 years, we need to make damn sure that we've got the cash in the bank to pay for it. And so we've got to be responsible about the money, because we cannot afford. I mean, we're on a razor's edge here right now, and we've got to do something fast. And I'm hoping like hell the wells are going to make it take some of the pressure off. And if it does, then we can look forward to maybe designing out a water treatment plant for the future, but we don't have to do it right away. But I think that there's not a water system in the West that's not raising the price of water every year, except for California. They take everybody else's water, so they don't have to pay much. But it's just a fact of life. You talk to the district, they're saying, oh yeah, it's going to be, how much were they saying? Was 7 to 10% a year?
Significant increases.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. I mean,
I guess I'm talking to the moon, but we did 23.5 last year. We do 12.5 this year. That's pretty steep.
Well, I'm saying we take the spare money that we got from UP blowing us off to use that for this year. And then maybe it won't be 12.5% next year, but there's nothing I can do to guarantee that.
Well, I mean, the guy modeled it as 12.5 gets us to where we're not operating in a deficit, and then it's 3% thereafter for general inflation, I
That
think.
includes, it's not a breakout though, so that doesn't
No.
include like some of the odd expenses, right? Like the
But it shouldn't, right? Because this is
pure operations.
operations.
If I
And so
could
odd
clarify-
expenses really ought to be, that's what you're like
I'm
tap
just
fees
looking
and
at
things
like our
that
expenses.
cover.
So like,
Yeah,
if we're gonna, I think it's a good idea to have this year be, especially like given the fact that property taxes are way up and people are, I don't know, who knows where that's gonna go, but there's probably gonna be an increased tax burden on the community and some more cost of living stuff. Like, I think we owe it to try to keep water flat for now while we figure everything out. But just looking at our like expenses for the water, I don't know where out of here then are we making the big cuts? And I know I see the budget for engineering contracts and like legal services are the huge red flags in that account that are like the giant expenses. Like where else have we identified that if we're gonna try to make cuts and get it cheaper? Like I don't know. I don't see.
But like some of that legals is it's diligence on our water rights. It's like we can't not.
Well, that's water rights,
Well, and it was,
maintenance, right? So that's a separate line.
What page are you-
And then like,
The
looks like
water
it's,
rights, if not paying for the hog water, though, that comes out of the other fund that cash and lieu goes into.
yeah. I guess I don't think looking at the expenses, I don't see like nothing's jumping out at me as like a huge opportunity to decrease our costs of service split beyond our current SFD's accounts,
Right.
like beyond legal services and some of that. So hopefully that goes down in the next couple of years, but I think
we'll see
we're gonna
legal
go like
going
cut our
down for
water rates in half because
Yeah.
these expenses aren't going anywhere.
So you have about 700, Jay, what are we at? 700 and something accounts?
750 roughly, and it hasn't changed in a long time. And
Right.
just to be
So
clear-
I think it's really indicative here that when we raise or decrease rates by 12%, that only brings in for the town $147,000. And that's because the town has identified the value of a small town mountain community. And that's great. We got 1,000 people with about 750 units, accounts. But Gusty, I'll push back a little. You go and you compare to Gypsum that's got 8,000, 9,000 people. Well, there's a different
Oh,
quality
I
of
know.
life there.
I understand that, but do we want to run all of our people out of town
I'm
and have
just
them move to
saying-
Gypsum because we price them out of our
I'm
area?
saying there's a quality of life that comes with small town. And the council has identified that. And that's why I went and took 147,000 out, hoping that that might be a solution for this next year. But I do think it's a little misleading to continually compare to communities that have budgets of 60 million, 70 million.
But
and
they're still living
8,000,
in our area
9,000
and they're paying
people.
less rate though. That's kind of, we're looking at,
You're apples to oranges.
yeah, we're looking at different ways, but they're still, that's why they get fed up and people move out of Minturn and go down Valley. Cost of living. I mean,
I cannot disagree.
Maybe we
with
need
that.
to bring an interconnect back on the discussion table if that's, I just don't think like economies of scale, we're ever gonna be able to run our own
No.
water system for the same per account rate that somebody with
No, and
40,000.
right now the trend is to consolidate systems. Oh, you see a lot of smaller communities consolidating systems for the sheer fact that it's so expensive to run a small system. But I am, similar to Gusty and Earl, I am hopeful that this would be a one-time. I would not recommend this again. This is not how you want to run a business. It's not advisable. And I was in every single one of those meetings that Terry was in. And I heard people say that they would rather have Minturn water. I heard people say they were willing to pay more money to get it. And no one wanted an interconnect. No one wanted to lose their system. They all wanted independent water. I heard, I was in those meetings too. And, so there's a give and take there and hopefully in a few years, and I do think it'll be multiple years, we can bring down those engineering costs and those legal costs. But, right now we are in the thick of having to model every single little thing we do. Every single question that's asked by council requires a model or a study or an assessment because we just haven't done that legwork ever.
Well, and also, I mean, our water system is aging.
Right.
I mean, the other districts, the district just had to replace the sewage lines down at Dowd. They just had to put a whole new treatment system in. I mean, they've had other water enterprises have big spendy years.
Yep.
Because of I just think it's natural. And I do agree. I'd rather live in Minturn than Gypsum. And that's, I'd rather live in a town of 1,100 than 8,000. I mean, that.
It's not all bad news. It's hard. It's really hard right now. And, but I think we've got, 120 customers coming in sometime in the next 3 years from the school district and Minturn North. I think And then, we've got other infills that are coming online in the years to come as we can provide water for them. So the whole idea was over a 10-year period, we we're gonna fill with infill and whatever, we get that 450 on the original CIP, which kept things from getting crazy. And so those, they will help. But there's nothing to think, at least until the economy changes in some way to where supply chains and everything isn't making everybody charge triple what it's would normally be as far as materials and so forth. I think it's just gonna we've just got to stay on top of keeping covering our expenses and building our reserves. And that's the only thing I can think of to get out of this.
Well, it seems that we've proposed to operate at $160,439 deficit.
I was seeing a slight.
I mean, Jay, that's on page 592. Am I maybe that'd be great. Perhaps I'm misreading this.
I was just on that page, damn it.
This
Let's
is
see.
net revenue and expenses. This is your budget. Yeah, I'm seeing.
Where'd it go? It was, I think we were at a slight positive on the water system in the budget. We wouldn't have a deficit there.
This includes trash revenue.
Jay, can you please speak to page 592 of the packet?
It doesn't quite match what's on page.
It's called water cost versus water expense.
Hold on. Okay, once again, I just want to be clear, what the budget that we're looking at is not the most updated budget. We're not requesting a 12.5% increase this year, we're requesting 0 for metered rates.
Right, and does that thereby puts us at an operating deficit of $116,500?
Correct. So it's going to come out of savings, and most of that is going to be the legal and engineering fees or costs.
Oh, for the year, yeah, okay. Yeah, I was looking at 512 where the projection is it will be pretty much dead even, but a little bit above expenses. But that was coming out of reserves, right?
Right.
Because we were all the legal, all these consultants. We had to pull
Another thing that comes out of our cash flow is the engineering fees and whatnot for the capital project, like the tank and the engineering on the fee on the plant. We don't want to bond or loan money that we have to pay over 30 or 40 years for an engineering study. We want to pay for bricks and mortar with that.
So that isn't just operating expenses and other capitals coming out of that then.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I mean, this lists the capital expense at $94,500.
He said some of the tank expenses came out of that too. That's
But
capital
that's past.
From engineering fees.
on the engineering portion and stuff.
We're not still engineering the tank next year, are we?
No, but that's what's, there's still some more in it, yeah.
But
Cause we're doing the water line, is that including the water line up to Medina's?
That will this coming year, yeah.
And that's another expense that's not operating expense, it's actually maintenance.
But am I reading this
I'm
right?
gonna
that our
push back. I'm so sorry, but that 90, Jay, the capital expense of 94,500 that you have down in 2024,
Mhm.
that does not include the Medina service line. We haven't even priced that out
Oh,
yet.
you're right. I apologize. You're correct.
Yeah, there's no Medina service line in there.
So what
And
is-
and the capital expenses for 94,500, I would argue that does not include any tank expenses. We are completing tank right now in 2023.
Right.
Is that correct, Jay?
That's correct.
That's
do
right. So there's
have,
no tank expenses. expenses in that.
But
Yeah.
this does include the engineering studies for the well testing, you know, whatever's gonna be in 24 that we've discussed
Right.
before.
Yeah, different than tank. We're not doing tank.
Right, but even if you remove capital expense from this, we would still be operating at a deficit.
By about 30,000.
And that's like,
548. No.
what's there? 49.
I guess like is the point, are we trying to figure out whether or not to do this year? Are you against doing it this year?
No,
Moving to 1.7 or-
I mean, like, if everybody just is like, fine, we'll just keep doing it this way, then okay, but like, at some point, we have an obligation as the operator of a utility.
Well, yeah, and we don't.
Run a
we-
financially
we don't-
solvent
We've never
business.
done this before that I'm aware of. And, but this is just we're coming off a really expensive year for the water fund. And we, you know, for years, we have been building the reserves. And we've knocked them down really, and we use them once in a while, but not as much as we've done this year in
Last
23.
year, Yeah.
And so I think 2023 is going to be an outlier on this. But we, like I say, we just keep working it. I mean, you don't have okay, we're not looking at the full budget of this is just comparing expense versus cost. But we have mechanisms that we automatically maintain reserves with. This in the full build out, because if you go to page 512, we're basically kind of breaking even next year, which is not good, but
Overall,
yeah,
yeah, I just, yeah.
I understand what you're saying.
I mean, I don't know the board of many companies that will look at it and go, sure thing, let's stay in the red. And I just, I sense a pattern where we're always looking, okay, well, in the future, we're gonna have Minter North and it's gonna bring in a lot of money, and then Belden, and then this other thing, and then Battle Mountain's gonna build us a whole new, and we've done this for 15 years, and like, here we are without any water options.
Well,
And if we keep doing that, like, what is our town going to be in 5 years when we don't have a functioning water system or any money to pay for it?
We invested in litigation as a solution. And the settlement that we're working on now, if the town and us choose, can bring in $20-30 million. If we do it right.
I guess I'm not clear.
That's on the
what-
high end side. Okay, so
Where we're getting $30 million out of
Okay,
any
so-
of our
Selling
sales.
real estate.
yeah, the Hylas, we
May-
make 2 ranches out of that.
Maybe,
and-
maybe.
Mhm.
Right, like, we can't,
Well,
we can't just,
we'll have the appraisal then. But the whole thing is it's up to us and the town as to how we benefit from that deal.
Right.
And so we'll get the appraisal information in, and then we can we can start that process of analyzing and what we need to do. But we set up, Michelle made sure that we set it up so that any real estate we sell out of that deal, if any, would go to the enterprise system.
and that's great, and in like 5 or 10 years, if that becomes a material reality, then we'll have money to do something with. I'm just saying, right now, we
It's
are,
hard.
we are the operator of utility, and
Mhm.
if we continue to choose to operate in a deficit, there is a time horizon. At some point, we will no longer be a solvent utility operator.
Mhm.
And the people that pay for that are the town of Minturn, when we can no longer provide them water service.
No, okay, I totally
I
agree
agree.
with you.
And
I-
so if we decide, okay, we're just gonna do this for one more year, and then next year when we have this conversation and still nobody wants to pay more for water, we'll do it for one more year. Like, at some point, we just have to be honest with ourselves and say, this is an obligation that we have, and we're going to be asking our citizens to understand that and and pay for what we have to provide them.
This is, in 2019, these were the hard questions we asked the public, and I want to stay the course. You know, we are, it's a different world. We had a water enterprise that, I mean, and I'm gonna just say it, we had a water enterprise that was, you know, forgiving water bills of $30,000, you know, to one entity for whatever reason, you know. We can't, I'm not gonna be on board with running it like that anymore.
Yeah.
So this is,
And maybe I don't
and,
have
and
Am I
to-
reading
and
the-
to rely on future Battle Mountain.
Am I reading
property.
this wrong though? I'm seeing like a proposed decrease in 2024 budget for legal and engineering contracts. Is that not what we're thinking?
And what page are you on?
547?
Yeah, I mean, that's what this shows.
So if that's not like the way that I'm interpreting this is we had a crazy year with a lot of well testing and services and multiple court cases in front of water court and all these things. And that we're agreeing, or maybe we're not agreeing that was kind of a out of the ordinary situation. And we're hoping to return to stay like back to normal. Normal is still expensive, and hopefully, you know, get back to that and not continue to spend engineering and contract services at the same level we have this past year.
I think
If
that's optimistic.
Okay, so if how optimistic is that? Like, are
Well,
we?
if like, as an example, if the wells, you know, if we continue to research the wells, it's gonna keep me more money to research the wells.
But can't we pay for that out of capital or out of the fund that comes in for tap fees?
Yes, the well research could be used from tap fee revenue as it is to determine future infrastructure. But as an example, and I'm just gonna say, it, you all spend a ton of money on legal.
Yeah.
And you name it, water legal, environmental legal, general account, you spend a ton of money on legal. And so Minturn wells, if we go that route, that's another, I estimate another 3 years solid in water court. And that's 3 years solid that we're paying for. Right now, ERWSD is paying the lion's share of our application in water court right now for the Cross Creek Eagle River diversion that we might lose if we don't have a water treatment, you know, you see what I'm going for. So if we have to change the diversion point or add a new diversion point for the ditch rights to be able to use the wells, which I think personally is probably a smart thing to try to do. Well, that's another 3 years in water court that we're paying 100% of cost for. And Tucker will not make that a quick process.
This has been just quite a process, and I will just say that indecision and not deciding
It's so expensive.
is so expensive. And you know, unfortunately, I do recognize the situation that, you know, COVID happened and that prices went through the roof and that we had to look at this again. But, you know, now we are, you know, and we're a political body. So we had a council that was, you know, pretty determined to upgrade our water system and put a membrane treatment plant in. And now we don't have that same council. And so it is gonna cost money, and it's gonna continue to cost money. You know, it doesn't, every time, you know, chasing down the wells, which, you know, honestly, I don't think is going to be our answer to everything. But
Information on that, yeah.
you know, we've got to stop floundering in the water. We've got to make some decisions, and they are hard. I'm 100% for, you know, having an enterprise that pays for itself with the appropriate fees. And I like the fact that we've added, you know, people on fixed incomes and a senior rate that, I don't know how we qualify that, but Obviously, I think, you know, just like Little Beach Park, if somebody's got a hardship, you know, and if they've got to leave town because they can't afford their water bill, you know, we're a small town. We have the ability to work with people. Right?
If the council chooses to adopt new water rate waiver fees or decrease in fees for certain, you know, financial brackets, the council has the ability to do that. Similar to the way the council did the senior citizens rate.
And then it runs up the other users rate. You got the same bottom line you got to pay for.
Yep. That would be,
There might be one advantage for one group, but not advantage for the other.
well, one group can afford it and the other can't. That's the idea, I think, is just to help the folks that, especially, you know, there's a lot of folks that've been here their entire life. And, and of course, their property, we have a lot of residents here that are, you know, land rich and cash poor. And, which with this year on top of it with the property tax, that doesn't help very much.
Yeah, I think Brian brought that up and I kind of agree. I don't know. Might not be the best year considering how much increase we had last year on it.
I don't foresee any year being a good year to raise water rate, like.
No, but I guess the point I'm trying to make is 23.5 and 12.5. That's a big increase over 2 years. And plus the 3 or 4 years before that, I'll bet we had 100% increase within that period.
Think about
That's a lot.
I agree. I mean, I'm paying for it too.
I
but
know,
It's like,
But think how I would think how the numbers would look if we hadn't done that.
Oh, I know.
I mean,
But like I said, I still think there's still a few things we could do. It's like this building, you know, enterprise fund paid for it. Now the rent's coming in and it's all going back to the general fund.
I don't think the enterprise fund paid for
Paid
it.
for a portion of it. I think it was like 25%.
Yeah, well,
But see, at least 25% could be coming back in, and it isn't. There's just I don't know. I've said it before I got on council. I felt that the enterprise fund for years was the cash cow for the town because it paid salaries, it paid for half the equipment, paid to operate the water plant.
we did, we actually, the year that we didn't do anything with water rates, we did zero. Was the year that it was demanded that we do a study to make sure that our public works and our staff's labor was allocated correctly. And so Jay spent a lot of extra time logging every hour that everybody spent on the water system. And it came out almost exactly within 1 or 2 percentage points of exactly what the formula we've been using. So we know that it was being allocated properly because we spent the time for a whole year studying it. So, yeah, it's just a mess. Anyway, let's go ahead and figure out what we're going to do with this one issue. We want to get a thumbs up on who wants to go forward with this transfer from the general fund. Let's see.
It's not a transfer.
Excuse me, not a
what are we
transfer.
talking about?
With whatever that is.
General fund.
Either
paid.
raise
General
rate,
fund.
water rate, or
Particularly general fund supplement.
take from the general fund.
Reallocation.
Yes, a reallocation. Thank you, Jay.
If I can point out something, and Terry and Kate kind of touched on it, savings is an expense. You know, if you take what you have in your pocket at the end of each day and put it in your piggy bank, that's not really savings. That's just happenstance. And that's kind of what we did. I mean, we went from, you know, over 25 years, almost 26 years I've been here, we went from no money in reserves whatsoever. And it took us 10, 12 years, 15 years roughly, before we actually had money in savings that we could, that we could afford to pay things out of carry forward money. It's not, I mean, every single thing that each one of you has said is the exact truth. And that's why we're going into a special session for the state Congress. It's just, there's a lot of work and it's tough to get the right answers.
Don't forget our water mains are aging as well.
Right.
Those were supposed to be replaced from Battle Mountain. There's no developer, swooping in anymore. You want to just do a thumbs up or thumbs down for
Yes, yes.
each, for each
the-
option?
Mhm.
You want to do a thumbs up for each option? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well, just do a thumbs up for one of them. It's either we're gonna do the supplement or not to the water system. So if you're for it, do a thumbs up, and if you're against it, don't.
Okay.
So who's for it? Yeah.
Wait. To augment from the general fund?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm for,
I'm gonna go for it. And this is an outlier to me. I'll never do this again.
Huh.
I'm opposed to it.
Okay, so we have, oh, I'm sorry, Tom.
Tom's here. I can't believe, Tom, you're so like.
I feel like I don't understand the current budget enough then. If what I'm reading for FY 24 isn't going to, if we're not expecting to decrease our consulting and legal fees.
We're trying to be optimistic.
Where did we come up with the 12.5%? Was that guy that we paid the money for? Honestly, I was not impressed with him, and I heard it from other people. It wasn't just me. I've heard it from people that watched the presentation. And if we're gonna raise everybody's rates at 12.5% off of what he said, I don't feel comfortable with that at all.
We're not. We're staying the same as what the budget's proposing.
Well, I know that's what we were just voting on, and it seemed like I got outvoted on it. So,
It was tied.
Actually, it was tied, Dusty.
oh, okay, we're tied. Bummer. Flip a coin.
So,
Wait for Lynn. Call Lynn.
um,
And would it make sense to peg it to inflation, which is probably somewhere in the middle?
Jay, do you want to respond to that?
The consumer price index is, you're right, it's somewhere in the middle. It's about 7 or 8% right now. I wish I could tell you this is what you ought to do, but it's going to come down to, we could do it this way, the way that it's proposed. We can do it for a year or so and see what happens. Are the expenses going to go down? I highly doubt it. I think
We're hopeful.
we've got stuff on each finger that we can come up with that says we're going to do more modeling, more legal fees, more court costs, more, and we don't have a staff of engineers. We have a staff of consultant engineers.
We need to pay for our water. You know, it costs. You got to buck up.
Easier said than done.
Well, I don't know, everything's going up. I mean,
You said that last year when we raised it 23.5% too.
well, costs go up, Gusty.
23.5%, 12.5%, 25% over 1 year. That's a pretty healthy increase. If you
We
look
have
at what
to pay for the water, though.
So we're at an impasse right now, given that we have a tie.
Yep.
There are 2 readings to the ordinance. So there will be a second round for discussion.
so let's, you're right. We can hash this out and we'll probably have a 7-member council at that time. So there won't be a tie.
Can I ask a much simpler question?
Mhm.
If I can find it. It's in one of Jay's calendars and it's showing the council meetings for 2024.
Yes.
In July, there are 5 Wednesdays. Would it be a thought to perhaps not have the council meeting on July 3rd and push everything back a week?
The council has the ability to do that. Not probably pushing back a week because we don't want to conflict with planning commission meetings on the same Wednesdays, which
If we
is every
move,
other, but you could push it back so that,
or sure.
yes, so that you could push it, yes, to the 3rd and 5th Wednesdays of that month. That's correct.
Got a little party going on?
Well, I mean, I don't know, I'm gonna work, but I imagine that some other people might want a holiday weekend. If we don't, I'm good. We can just show up on the 3rd. I'll be here.
It's a great time to decide that now so that it gives the public, 6-7 months heads up that the schedule has changed for that month.
A lot of times they push it forward and the meeting's on the 5th week instead of the 3rd week. So your idea would be the same thing. We would have it on July 17 and 20 and 31.
Yeah, and then we would just have meetings back to back, the end of July and August.
Yes,
Right.
I don't know what that does to staff.
I do.
That's why I'm,
But we could absolutely,
in your
yeah, no,
direction,
we could
Michelle.
absolutely deal with that.
I mean, if nobody
I-
cares, we can have July 3rd. We'll just all eat hot dogs and be Star Spangled Awesome together. I don't
The
care.
only complication might come when you need a certain amount of time for publication.
Sure.
But I don't see it being an issue. And I think it would be great if we were to make that change now, to do it now and provide plenty of public notice.
Including, I know my brain's not working.
Okay, back to ordinance 23.
So I wanted to add that the Minturn Fitness Center, we similarly to the building fund or capital fund, improvements fund, will need to be addressed in the future because the Minturn Fitness Center is trying to do the same thing. We have not yet worked out what that's gonna look like. And how that's going to be funded, but and I know it's probably, I don't know, not a popular topic for discussion, but there's gonna need to be capital improvements on that building. The roof is, nearing its end of its life and so we're gonna need to.
You couldn't pick
consider.
a worse time to bring that up.
I know. But it's the only time. So the way that it's structured right now is that in the bylaws that it was just contemplated that a capital improvements fund would be set up.
Oh, absolutely. But it was going to be paid for by profits, right?
It was going to be paid for by profits after the profits reimbursed Ski Club Vale for their expenses. And that's in the bylaws.
What?
Yes.
But we also, I thought the
So-
last meeting we left it at, they were gonna readjust the budget to show backwards impacts of the 45 grand of.
Sure. Sure, but then,
contribution. And
yeah.
so that, like, cause that really swung how.
yeah, so when I got on the board in 2020, I asked that they also account for their memberships. So it would show Minturn or general public memberships. And then Ski Club Vale just didn't have a line item that showed memberships.
Ski club.
So now they do. We set a membership rate for the club kids and it's to the tune of about 45,000. So we are gonna look at that, but I don't know if we're gonna be able to put anything in the budget for right now, but there's three items that address this. The first is that Minturn and Ski Club will split the profits of the Minturn Fitness Center.
Mhm.
After Ski Club Vale will run the entire building. It's they wanted to run it. They were pretty adamant to run it, and then they would be reimbursed for their operating costs.
But that came
I
through
don't,
after.
I don't recall that when we made our initial agreement. I recall that.
It's in there. I mean, it
Is
says it.
Right,
It's in the bylaws.
if they changed them.
No, we didn't change. We haven't changed the bylaws. And it doesn't really say when capital improvements are, so where that fits in there, but just that it would be established.
I thought it's first, profits. So like no disbursements were made unless contributions to other funds have been, like, it seemed to me like their Ski Club Vale's position was that they were so kind of behind on what they had contributed to this, that this first year of profits, they should be getting some back, but they're not going to. They're going to contribute it to the capital fund. And the town of Minturn should also contribute kind of in good faith, but I never saw the updated numbers kind of looking back, and I don't really know how to think about that 45 grand per year projecting backwards 10 years, like where that left those. So
Right, I know, I agree.
I might need to do some more research before next one, but
So, I would suggest that if, we would deal with that next year rather than this year.
Okay,
They, you know, they're paying themselves out of the profits. We're, the capital improvements line item was not supposed to be funded by the town at all. It was to come out of profits, and it was supposed to be designated. They were supposed to have had a line item from the original budget. And they've, you know, and they've spent a lot of money on equipment and all that kind of stuff. It's nice to have that equipment, but we've got probably the finest, most expensive stuff of any fitness center in this county. So they need to start thinking about, you know, if they're gonna take the profits until it's paid on, until they're paid off. We're already doing more than what we were supposed to be able to do from the original agreements. I know we had to keep it open. But if they want us to pay for any capital improvements, they better put together a proposal that's and a good salesman with it to come to the board with it.
we kind of need them to. We need to have a bigger discussion about this, because there was a lot of outstanding issues from that last meeting that I don't think have been addressed.
okay.
But,
If you want us to present it like that they come as the manager of the gym.
They make a plan on how they're gonna fund the repairs. And they may, and what the repairs are, how much they're gonna cost, just get a proposal together.
Well, the town did contribute and pay for a consultant to, and we approved that to come up with a capital improvement fund. It was ludicrously high, as I'm sure all capital improvement funds are. What was it? What was the amount?
600,000.
600,000.
Don't forget that.
Yeah.
But Tom Priest has since reassessed, and he'll be bringing that to the next board meeting in January.
It's fine. There's no decisions that need to be made. I actually was just bringing this up to put it on people's radar, is that we do not, the gym does not have a capital improvements fund set aside, other than this profit that was made.
How much was the profit?
45. Exactly the amount of.
The amount of membership.
Yeah.
So they finally
Yeah,
started
that's
making
what I
that
also
their
heard.
customers pay. They've been doing that all along. They've been pretty
Fascinating.
cool.
Well, it was just kind of a silly, it was the first thing I noticed when when I got on that board, was that there was no line item for
Yeah.
kids, but. And that, so if our financial officer, our what's her title? Treasurer.
Yep.
Board treasurer and CFO of Ski Club is gonna go back and retro that number into there so we can see. Tiffany. Yeah. She seems to.
So, so that was, they're saying that, they have been charging their students for the fitness center, their families or whatever, or not? They have.
Well, I'm sure they have, it just wasn't a line item when you, in the profits. Or in the overall expenditures of the gym, it didn't show, you know. So I didn't care how it it happened, I just wanted it to happen. I mean, you know. That to make sure that either it was a separate line item for their, you know, I do know now, because I have a child that goes there, but. It's. You know, like my son's tuition is like itemized out, I can see like his library fee, you know, or. And the reason they did that was they wanted people to see exactly what they were paying for. Still have to pay for it all, like I couldn't a la carte it.
Okay. Anyway, back to our agenda, please. We're still on ordinance. 23, series 2023. If there's no further discussion on that, I'd appreciate a motion. Oh, wait, do we got?
Public hearing?
Hang on. Did I have? go to
No,
public?
you have not done it.
Public hearing for ordinance 23. Close the Public hearing now. Can we have a motion?
There's no one online with their hand up.
Motion to approve ordinance 23, series 2023. An ordinance adopting that fiscal year 2024 annual budget and recognizing the town of Minturn's 2024 revenues and expenses by fund.
You got a second?
I'll second.
Motion by Terry, second by Gusty. Roll call, please.
Terry, I.
Brian, I.
Kate, I.
Dusty, I.
Earl, aye.
Tom, I.
Mm.
Tom, I.
And future agenda items really quickly. Does anybody have anything they want to bring? Well, I guess that's one of them, Terry. Anything else? No? Motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Sorry, I just got time.
I'll do that.
11 o'clock.